Come on. Come on.
Put your emojis together for Auntie Miracle B.
From the company that brought you Alec Murdali comes another special toy. Prison Playmates is proud to present our new prison pal, Dolly Brooks. Dolly Brooks comes with over 30 fun and quirky phrases.
I do not consent to or agree to being part therein.
Oh, Dolly, nobody cares.
Objection. Hearsay.
Dolly Brooks also comes with a unique set of accessories like the big boy suit, the reversible mask, and his important documents.
Get your facts straight.
Listen, Lord, I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Oh, Dolly, you're...
Okay, here. I guess I should put the camera on so y'all can see me. Hey, everybody. Let me enlarge myself first. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Woohoo. And I got my co-host here. Come here, Munchkin. Quit being shy. I'm not trying to rub your tummy. Come here. You are so difficult. Come here so people can see you. Lord have mercy. Here's my little co-host in his holiday onesie. He's ready for Christmas. Hey, everybody. Hey, there you go, little rat. Anyway. Thank you, Munchkin. All right, so let's go ahead and get the party started. You know, I don't like to waste no time. I'm sorry I couldn't come up, didn't have enough time to come up with the business lyrics. That takes me quite a bit of time. It takes, like a week, really. Guys, let me know if at any point I am too loud and the volume of the video is not loud enough. I think I got it on max, but I'm trying not to blow y'all's eardrums out. Just let me know. All right, well, let's get the party started.
Any redirect?
Nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Go ahead and call your next witness.
That was after Officer Leha.
Detective J. Carpenter.
Look at him. Those beady eyes. Oh, thank you, Scribbler, the Scribbler Ussy. Oh, thank you, Ginger. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Detective Carpenter. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa,
What the
will swear
business?
you in.
I'm glad he shaved his head. So,
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth?
because that George Jefferson he was rocking was not cute.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
How the hell, dude, made you? How did you trust this guy and think this was your friend? He screams detective. Just screams detective.
Sure. My name is Detective Jay Carpenter. First name spelled J-A-Y.
Hey, Carrie. Hey, Linda.
Last name spelled C-A-R-P-E-N-T-E-R.
Go ahead.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am employed as a detective with the City of Waukesha.
Hey, Dice.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
18 years.
Have all those years been with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been detective?
Almost 5 years.
Direct your attention to November 21st of last year.
Scream
Were you
cop.
working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Were you working the parade?
Oh, thank you,
I
Carrie.
had actually been part of the parade. I marched in the parade as part of our Honor Guard unit and had completed my duty before the incident commenced.
So this is the City of Waukesha annual holiday parade.
Correct.
And you say that you, after you finished the parade route, where did you go?
So I went back to the City of Waukesha Police Department after I completed my part of the parade.
And did you receive information while you're at the City of Waukesha Police Department regarding something that had happened at the parade?
Objection leading.
Hey, Colorful.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
I did.
Sorry,
I
Anton.
changed
Next
out my Honor
time.
Guard uniform and I was confronted by Officer Daniel Malo. He was working as a desk officer for the department that day. Officer Malo explained that a vehicle had driven through the parade route down in downtown Waukesha, that there were approximately 30 to 40 people down, many severely injured, some possibly deceased, and that there was also an officer shooting involved in the whole event.
What did you do as a result of receiving that information?
At that point, I went on duty and began heading towards the downtown area.
Where did you go specifically?
So when I headed out, there was a lot of radio traffic. It was very chaotic, very confusing.
Hey, Gina. Thank you.
It was certainly like nothing I've ever experienced before, as far as the radio traffic. The event kind of began to mold into two different forms at that point, in that there were numerous officers calling for ambulances in the downtown area for the injured, but dispatch was also beginning to provide information that there was an individual in the area of the 500 block of Elizabeth Street, which is
That's a good point.
about a quarter of a mile off the parade route.
Thank you,
That
Lisa.
was loitering, and it was believed that may be the suspect, so I headed in that direction.
Hi, Gina.
Heading in that direction,
Ginger.
did you have any information as to why this person in that area would be a suspect?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am. A description had been provided of a possible suspect, and the descriptions being provided by this dispatch of the individual now in this area were comparable, nearly identical to descriptions I was hearing of the driver from the parade incident.
What did you do then?
As I was searching the area, I heard over the police radio that officers from a separate jurisdiction
Hey, Tony.
had come in contact with the suspect and that he was in custody. I proceeded over to Elizabeth Street, where the suspect, who was identified in the investigation as Darrell Brooks, was already in custody.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Now, you stated that the information that you initially received with regard to the person involved's physical description, do you recall what that was?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Information that I heard over police radio was
And look at Basie. She's struggling. You can tell she does not feel well. It's cold and she's stuffy and she doing her best. I'm with you, Basie. I would have called. No, I wouldn't have called her. I would have went on.
an African-American male, blue jeans, and a red t-shirt.
So what did you do after receiving this information about a potential person in custody?
I responded to the immediate area. Mr. Brooks at that point was already in custody. I don't recall if he was outside a squad being searched, but he was handcuffed.
He know about being
already
handcuffed.
effectively in custody at that point. He was placed in the rear of a City Waukesha police car, where he was taken into custody for loitering as well as being a suspect at that point.
So you was walking a neighborhood, a strange neighborhood, while black. That's why they called the police on you. They're like, who the hell is this?
The operator of the vehicle that went through the parade route.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Overruled. Your answer stands. Go ahead. Next question.
At the time that you made contact with this individual, did you have any information about the vehicle that had been used during the parade?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Make sure y'all smashing that
Yes,
like
a
button.
red SUV. That was actually a red Ford Escape specifically.
And did you have any information if that car had been located at the time that you went to the Elizabeth Street address?
Yes, it had already been located.
Did you have any information about that red SUV prior to going to Elizabeth Street?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Lord, he's stupid.
The information I recall having is that the vehicle was parked over on Maple Avenue, which is about 2.5 to 3 blocks west of Elizabeth Street, where Mr. Brooks was located and taken into custody.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled.
Did you have the opportunity to speak with an individual who was identified as Darrell Brooks at
Objection,
that
I don't
Elizabeth Street
consent to being
address?
called that name.
Go ahead. You may answer.
I don't believe I spoke with him at that address, but Mr. Brooks was transported to our substation located on Les Paul Parkway in the city of Waukesha, where I had opportunity to speak with him.
Did you see him at the Elizabeth Street address?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him in the court today?
I do.
I'd ask the court to ask Mr. Brooks to remove his mask.
Take off that dirty diaper.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Can you identify him by where he's seated and what he's wearing?
Yes, ma'am, Mr. Brooks.
Mucinex snot box nose. He got on his big boy suit. He got his Fisher Price, my first trial attorney little kit right here. And so he ready. He ready to go. Look, dude back here got his mask on. Why? Because he is in direct wind direction, the cardinal direction of Mr. Brooks's funk and must and tails and snails and puppy dog heads.
Brooks is seated to my left, wearing a dog-colored suit jacket, multicolored tie.
Look, the hell is he doing? Why is he always shuffling papers? He need to be lit.
Surgical mask on his face, shaved head, and he did have a beard at the time he took his mask.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It will reflect. Thank you.
Sir, as you see Mr. Brooks today, does he look different than he did on November 21st of last year?
He's still ugly.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am.
How?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
At the time of the incident, Mr. Brooks had longer hair, a braided style hair that probably went midway down his back.
He had fake shit locks.
How about facial wise?
He had a beard at that time, but it's a little bit shorter now. It was a little bit thicker and longer at the time.
Like a terrorist. Yes, a terrorist.
So you stated that the defendant was transported to a substation?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And do you recall who transported him?
Specialist Mark Howard.
Did you follow Specialist Howard to the substation?
Look
Yes,
at
I
her. She
did.
holding on.
And either, should I say, at the scene, did you obtain items that were located on the defendant's person?
Yes, I did.
What did they consist of?
So the items I received that were on Mr. Brooks' person at the time of his arrest, there were several items. One of them was a Wisconsin photo identification card. So it had a picture on the ID card that I recognized as being Mr. Brooks based on the fact I was with him at this time. The name on that identification card was Darrell Edward Brooks Jr., his date of birth being February 21st, 1982. There was also a green Wisconsin Quest card with Mr. Brooks's name on it, a silver American Express debit or credit card with Mr. Brooks' name on it, 2 Visa debit cards, one black, one white, both which had Mr. Brooks' name on it. And then there was a Georgia EBT card, which had the name of Mr. Brooks's girlfriend on it.
Other than the identifying information that you just testified to, is anything else turned over to you that was removed from Darrell Brooks?
Hey, Gunner.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name and it's leading.
Overruled.
Of course it's Paisley. Of course it's Paisley. Because he does this every time I play Darrell.
You may answer.
Yes, ma'am. There was $4 cash, but also a Ford ignition key.
So he only had $4 and an EBT card. And I don't remember how much he allegedly had on his Cash App card. But all these debit and credit cards are those prepaid debit cards. I used to work at a prepaid. Thank you, Jonathan. I used to work at a company that did prepaid debit cards. So Darrell Brooks is right. Those people that we used to target. And I used to do outbound. So I was the one that was calling and getting cursed out. It's always fun. But let's continue.
Now, you stated that there was a suspect vehicle that had been located.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any information prior to your discussions with the defendant about who the owner of that vehicle was?
Objection. Leading.
Objection.
Answer.
Yes, I did.
And who was the owner of that vehicle?
A female by the name of Dawn Woods.
And do you recall what her address was?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
4014 North 19th Street in the city of Milwaukee.
So 19th Street, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. Leading witness.
Overruled. The answer may stand.
An
Let me show
idiot.
you what's been marked as State's Exhibit
Hey, Debbie.
172. That's going to appear on the screen in front of you. Before we do that, these identifiers that you located for Darrell Brooks, did you take a picture of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name for the 100th time.
Overruled.
So he's doing this in front of the jury, being difficult and aggravating and annoying and argumentative and just being an all-around douche nozzle ass clown in front of the jury.
And let me know when you see something in your
I see it.
Okay. Do you recognize these items as those items you just described as having been removed from the defendant's person?
Yes, I do.
I'd ask the court to admit this exhibit into evidence and to publish it for the jury.
Objection. Relevancy.
Objection is overruled. Exhibit 172 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Officer Carpenter has some really nice skin, though. I mean, the head and the face and everything is all just clear and glistening. You know, he got that head polished up real right to come to court today. You know, I need to find out what his skincare regimen is because he looks freaking good. Oh, this is shiny. Oh.
If you can specifically.
Oh, so he got a net spin. I know about net spin. That's Cash App right here. What is this? This serve, that's prepaid. Look at this Georgia EBT card. That's a damn shame. And he's got Wisconsin Quest. I don't know what that is. It's probably another prepaid or government thing. Who knows?
Zoom in on the Wisconsin ID card.
$4.
The address on that Wisconsin identification card, is that the same address that recited for Dawn Woods?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
140 pounds and 5'8".
And what was the date that that card was issued?
Objection. Relevancy.
Is he 5'8" or 5'6"? Because I don't think he's 5'8". I think he's 5'6".
Overruled. The witness may answer.
June 14th, 2021.
That's what I'm thinking, Chantal.
And the picture on the
Can't be
identification
5'8".
card, would that be consistent or inconsistent with what the defendant looked like on November 21st of last year?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
It's almost exactly.
Look, he got to renew his ID 2/21/2030. I think he won't make it to renew his ID.
Now, as you were at the substation, what did you do that can be removed? I'm sorry.
Maybe that's why he did not go and get his license, because if he had did his license, then he would have had to register. But I guess getting an ID card is not as quite as stringent, maybe. You think? Hey, Miss Santana 718, welcome, welcome. Everybody, make sure that you guys are smashing that like button, whether you come in or out. Please and thank you. Now I got 98 watching, 51 likes. Can I get my likes up, please? Please.
Thank you.
For the most part, what we're doing down there is obtaining basic booking information. So I confirmed Mr. Brooks' first name, middle name,
Carol.
Last name, date of birth. I obtained an emergency contact for him, phone numbers, whether he was working or not, going to school. Obtained information about his tattoos, piercings, things of that nature. Personal identification.
And we know he's not doing nothing.
And who did he say his emergency contact was?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
Mr. Brooks indicated his emergency contact person was Dawn Woods.
Uh-oh.
What relationship was Dawn Woods to him?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
It is Mr. Brooks' mother.
And did you subsequently obtain a phone number for Dawn Woods?
I did.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
What is that phone number, if you recall?
Objection, relevancy.
414-610-2153.
Now, when you asked the defendant for his name, what did he tell you his name was?
Everybody loves
Objection,
Paisley.
relevancy.
Overruled.
I believe he indicated it was Darrell, Darrell, which in speaking with him, and I can confirm seeing him today, Darrell Brooks or Darrell Brooks are one and the same. They are the same person.
Oh, no. Thank you, Gina.
Did you become aware of any video evidence that was collected in the downtown area during the parade, capturing a picture of the person who drove the red SUV through the parade?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you said you saw that?
Yes, I did.
I think all he's doing, hey, Tina, I just think all he does is he learned a few objections, leading, asked and answered. He just had those like 5 basic objections, and he just cycled them back and forth like, it's going to be right one of these times. I'm just going to just keep saying, leading. It's almost like, taking a test in school and you just select C because you don't know the answer. So his whole life is C. That's his life, C.
I'm going to ask that Exhibit 120, which has been previously admitted into evidence, be published for the jury.
Go ahead.
Is that the photographic evidence that you just testified to?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And do you recall
look at
approximately was this the car being driven while the parade, in the midst of the parade, after the parade, or before the parade, if you know?
I swear.
Objection. Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
So the photo we're looking at right here is right in the middle of the parade. So right now, the vehicle is within the parade route while the parade is ongoing.
Hey, Monica.
And were you able to positively identify the driver of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I
Objection,
was.
hearsay.
And Monica.
Overruled.
Who is the driver of that vehicle?
The driver of the vehicle is Darrell Brooks.
Uh-oh. You didn't object? You didn't object to his name?
Approximately how long?
You don't want this exhibit? I'm
I
sorry.
am, yes.
Thank you.
How long were you at the substation?
Probably about 2 to 2.5 hours.
Why were you there versus anywhere else?
So at this particular time, the department was in a transition. Our original building was under construction.
Oh, hey, China.
The building we were primarily working out of did not have a booking
Hey,
room,
Cindy.
did not have a place to take prisoners, so we had to go down to the substation instead of our own actual.
Hey, Tammy
police
Lynn.
department.
Other than collecting the information that you had previously told us about, including emergency contact information, name, things like that, what else were you doing at the substation?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness stand.
What an idiot.
Mainly at that time, just waiting for further information as to what was going to be done next. Like I say, the scene was very, very chaotic. I know there were so many victims out there. They didn't even have enough ambulances to transport them all. So officers, it took, I feel like, probably hours to really get it under control. So I was just waiting on more information from Detective Casey, who had been assigned as lead to determine what steps would be appropriate next. It's just being there with Mr. Brooks and making sure he was safe and remained in custody. I didn't have a real good idea due to the chaos of what was going on away from where I was.
Then you had testified about some of the property that was recovered from the defendant.
Yes, Jonathan. Let me highlight the comment. Oh, there we go. So Jonathan says, is it true that if you don't object to testimony evidence, then it can't be considered during an appeal? Yes, that is exactly why you are supposed to object to something and you state your ground, and it preserves that for appeal. Now, I don't think that Darrell technically knew that. I think that he was just objecting because he just wanted to be as annoying as possible. And of course, he was also trying to frustrate everybody into a reaction so he could get a mistrial declared. But yes, yes, you have to. Hold on. We gotta get that off the screen now. Okay. Let's continue.
And you stated that one of the items was a card in the name of Erica Patterson. Do you recall that?
Objection. He did not say who was in the name of.
Sustained, please.
He got one.
Actually, if we can pull up exhibit 172 again.
Objection, hearsay.
There's no question yet, but.
And if you can zoom in on the Georgia EBT card.
That's right.
Whose name is on that card?
Uh-oh.
Erica
Objection,
Patterson.
leading.
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer that again.
Erica Patterson.
Did you, at the time that you were at the substation, have any information regarding an Erica Patterson and her relationship to Darrell Brooks?
Hey, and
Objection that I don't consent to being
you call
called.
that name, yeah.
Overruled, you may answer, sir.
Objection is hearsay.
Overruled.
Not at that time, no.
Do you later learn of a relationship between the defendant and Erica Patterson?
Oh, thank you,
Objection,
Monica.
hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And what was that relationship?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Ms. Patterson was a significant other or girlfriend to Mr. Brooks and mother of one of his children.
Objection, not girlfriend.
Oh,
The jury will disregard that last statement as Mr. Brooks is not testifying at the moment.
see, Erica, he not claiming you because this is your fault anyway. This is all your fault anyway.
It's true.
Now, when you made contact with Darrell Brooks or while you're making contact with Darrell Brooks at the substation, did he complain of any injuries?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name. I
Overruled,
think
you
the
may answer.
prosecution is trying to be funny at this point.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Well, I didn't hear the last thing, but I believe it was commentary. So just state your objection and I'll rule on it. It's been overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am, he did. He complained of two injuries, one to his knee, but primarily and mostly of an injury to what was his right shoulder.
Did he say how that occurred?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, he did. Mr. Brooks told us that his shoulder was injured when he was arrested, indicating the arresting officers slammed him to the ground.
lies.
Did you have the opportunity at any point in this investigation to review body camera footage from Officer Rebecca Carpenter?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was at the residence where the defendant was taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you see any unlawful use of force on the defendant during that time?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, ma'am. In fact, there was no force used at all. Mr. Brooks was given verbal directions by officers to get down onto the ground, and he did so entirely on his own power.
I know he did.
Based upon his complaints, however, was the decision made to transport him for medical clearance?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you transport the defendant?
Waukesha Memorial Hospital.
Do you know approximately what time you arrived there?
That was the
I
strongest.
believe, I
my
don't remember the exact time. It was sometime, I believe it was between about 8 and 9 p.m.
Upon entering, who was with you and Mr. Brooks?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name, is leading the witness.
Overruled as to both. You may answer.
Detective Ben Stern.
Was he partnering with you in this part of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Okay. And when you entered the hospital, what observations, if any, did you make?
Entering the hospital, we escorted Mr. Brooks, to a room so that he could receive medical clearance. I know there were some individuals from the parade that were injured in nearby rooms. I didn't really see many of them, but I knew they were close by. So we escorted Mr. Brooks into a room, trying to keep away from the victim so as to not make the incident any more tension-filled than it already was.
Wow.
How busy was it at the hospital when you brought Mr. Brooks in?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Extremely. There were victims
Wow.
due to the mass amount of casualties, many of which, survived but still needed extensive medical attention. It was very busy. Many of the
Hey,
victims
Rachel.
were taken to alternate hospitals because Waukesha Memorial could not handle the amount of patients that were coming in.
Now, approximately how long did you spend with Mr. Brooks at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled.
Probably about 4 hours.
Is that addition to the time that you would have spent with him at the substation?
Yes, ma'am.
Leading.
Overruled.
So this dusty dumbass goes to the hospital, and he's in the hospital, in the same hospital as all of his victims, or a good chunk of his victims. So he's listening to that. Interesting. Very interesting that he needed to go to the hospital, and he just happened to go to where his victims are because he enjoys hearing people suffer. He's a piece of trash.
What was his demeanor?
Extremely calm. If I would describe it, I guess, to put it in context for the court, very similar to mine right now. The conversations I had with him, as far as getting his identification info and such, he talked to me as calmly as I'm speaking now. Based on his body language, his tone of voice, his attitude, you'd have never known he had done something or was in custody for having done something so serious.
Remember, who am I speaking to? Lord. Chantal. Oh, Chantal. So Darrell, yeah, he went to the hospital. So that's when the FBI interviewed him. And then before the jailhouse one that we all know, that was on camera.
Did he ask you why he was in custody at the substation?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
At that point, I simply told Mr. Brooks it was a loitering investigation and possible disorderly conduct.
Now, you just testified that he was a suspect in the parade mass
you.
casualty incident. Why didn't you tell?
Thank you, Rachel. I really appreciate it. I look at y'all giving me all this British sterling. Y'all making me feel royal. Thank you, darling. Thank you, darling. Thank you.
On that?
At that time, I didn't want to make Mr. Brooks one, overly anxious. Two, there was a lot of information. Initially, I still didn't know. It was initially, as part of the chaos. I believe at one point we were actually looking for as many as four people. So I didn't know how deeply he was or was not involved. It was believed that and known that he was somehow involved and knew something. So before I even addressed those issues, one, I wanted to make sure I knew all the facts and had as much information as I could. More than anything for the integrity of the case.
Make sure y'all smashing that
When
like
you talk
button.
about the integrity of the case and your discussions with him, did the defendant appear to know what was going on around him? When I say that, I guess, was he aware of where he was, who you were, things like that?
Objection, speculative.
As to the way it was rephrased in the second half of that, I will allow it.
Who is you?
Yes, he did. He seemed, he was alert. When asked questions, like, for example, his phone number, his emergency contact, the answers were consistent with the question asked. He did not have slurred speech. He did not show any signs of being under the influence or in mental crisis.
Did your opinion change at any time while you were with him on November 21st?
Objection, vague.
Vague.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, it did not.
Now, during the 4 hours that you were at the hospital, were you
What the hell is he reading? What is he doing? I really want to know what is happening here. Because ain't nothing happening here. This is empty. It's all happening here. I don't know what this is, though.
do you continue to complain about shoulder pain?
Yes, he did.
I'm confused.
Were his actions always consistent with his expression of the pain in the shoulder?
Objection, speculative.
You may answer.
No, they were not.
Can you describe for the jury what you mean by that?
Objection, speculative.
Why the
can
fuck
he
you
know
lying?
how somebody's body is feeling?
Overruled. He may answer, given as long as he answers with his understanding or what
Observations is what I was saying.
observation. Thank you. I think that's what you said.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So Mr. Brooks, when he would speak to me throughout the evening, he would move his arms about, he'd put them out to his side, he'd move them back and forth, he'd raise them up and down. He was talking about being in severe pain, but I would describe the way he'd move his arms and such as basic body mannerisms and basic interpersonal interactions. His hands, his arms, everything moved completely normally when we would speak. There was no favoring of that shoulder.
Nope.
Or anything to indicate other than what he was saying.
Correct.
Through physical action, that there was any type of injury there that I observed.
Now, at some point, I strike that. During this time that you were with him and he was getting medically cleared, first of all, did he get medically cleared?
Yes, he did.
Objection, speculative.
He didn't need to be.
Hold on. Overruled. His answer may stand.
Do you need any treatment while at the hospital?
No, he was checked out. The doctor came in and looked at his shoulder. I do not believe any medications were given. There may have been, I believe they took an x-ray to check it, but he was ultimately cleared and turned over to police custody.
And during the time that you were with him while he was getting medically cleared, what type of conversation were you having? Was it general conversation, or were you talking to him about the loitering?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
The conversation was general. Mr.
Hey, VZ and Do, welcome.
Brooks asked several times if I would give him more information as to why he was in custody, and I would continue to tell him it was for the loitering violation. But the conversations were mostly, we talked about sports. The Green Bay Packers had played that day. We talked about the game. I remember him telling me that baseball was his favorite sport, and things of that nature. He was upset that the Packers had lost the game.
Oh,
So it was general conversation, not related to why he was specifically in custody.
At some point, did you
hey, Bridget.
decide that you were going to try to talk to the defendant about at least the loitering incident?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Do you know approximately what time that took place?
11:04 p.m.
And how did you approach this interview? You've now been with Mr. Brooks for maybe 5 hours. Would that be fair?
5 long ass hours listening to Darrell tell lies and dumb lies. It's foolish lies, dumb, foolish ass lies. He told all of those.
How did you decide to approach this interview with him?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
We haven't seen Jason
I just
yet.
explained to Mr. Brooks
Chantal.
that I simply wanted to speak with him about why he was in the neighborhood where he was discovered that night,
Walking
what was
Wobble
going on, what led to him being there, and that I was just looking to have answers to that if he was willing to provide them.
And was Mr. Brooks in a room that had the ability to record the conversation that you had with him?
Objection. I don't consent to being called on the line.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, not in the manner we would if we were at our typical police departments. Our police department would have a camera mounted in the corner that would record audio and video. They did have a security camera, but it had no audio.
Hey, harsh times.
So what did you do?
I utilized my department issued phone and recorded the audio of the interview that way.
So you had the audio on your phone and the visual, or there was a visual recording. Is that true?
Yes, so the audio was on my phone and then the visual recording was through the hospital security system.
Bless you. So they didn't marry up with one another, correct? I mean, in terms of, I should strike that. You couldn't play the audio with the visual. They're two different recordings.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, those old Chinese movies from back in
Who else was with
80s.
you during this interview?
At that time, Detective Ben Stern from my department was with me, as well as 2 federal agents from the FBI, Agent Mary Davidson and Agent Jeremy, I believe it's Pilichowski.
Lord.
Why were they there?
So the FBI came involved in the investigation early on because we were not certain at that point whether or
That this wasn't a race-related crime.
not this was a terrorist incident.
So how did it work? Were they in the room and then Mr. Brooks was brought into the room, or how did that work?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name and is leading the witness.
Overruled as to the name, sustained as to the form of the question.
How did you all get into the same room?
So I was in the room waiting for Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks was brought from another room by Detective Stern. At this point, the audio recording on my phone was already. I believe the 2 FBI agents were with me in the room, and then, like I say, Mr. Brooks was escorted in by Detective Stern.
Did you introduce yourselves? Well, you had been with Mr. Brooks previously, correct?
Objection.
Yes, I had.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes, I had.
See, that's why I'm saying he's doing this deliberately now, just to try and mess up the flow and try to mess up everybody. He likes to interrupt and delay, and he tries to be sneaky, and he's stupid, and he's not even taking notes. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay. Had he been introduced to Detective Stern already?
Yes, he had.
Okay. And how about the 2 FBI agents?
It was at that point that they introduced themselves to Mr. Brooks.
What was his reaction to that when they introduced themselves?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
Relevancy.
He may answer.
I'm very surprised. He He said the word FBI, in the form of a question.
Like NCIS, it came to life for you, didn't it? He was like, "Oh, FBI, oh, Scully and Mully, Scully and Mulder." I told my age again.
Tell his tone was very surprised. It wasn't as calm as he had been. He seemed concerned, uneasy, and within about a minute after stating that, he questioned the agents further as to whether they were really FBI agents, and he was surprised to see them there, and he had never actually seen an FBI agent before, so he was definitely surprised, and I could tell he was uncomfortable.
I'm sure he was.
Did you record the entire conversation you had
Hey, Della.
with the defendant?
Yes, at that point, all that is on recording. At that point, yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review that recording prior to today's date?
I have.
I would like to admit Exhibit 81 for the court. It is the audio interview of the defendant that took place on November 21st, 2021. It's previously been addressed by this court.
Objection.
Remind me how long that is again.
Your Honor,
this objection.
Entire video is 25 minutes approximately. I'm asking to play from 4 minutes and 25 seconds to 14 minutes and 25 seconds approximately. Well, it would be 10 minutes.
I presume you'll have questions regarding that once you play it.
Correct.
All right. Given that it's just before 5 o'clock, I'm going to stop for the day. We can pick up with this.
Fabulous. We can pick up. So we're going to go to the next day. Hey, CB. Hey, B. Baron. Stop. And let's share. I guess it's this one. Okay, here we go. You remember how when the trial was starting, or getting ready to start, and it was this screen, everybody in the chat was like, I can't wait to see what's going on today. Like, what's he gonna do today? You just sitting there, you was like, oh gosh, when are they gonna start? It was like Christmas morning. I'm sorry, I didn't have my time stamp. I'm talking about I just got home from work and put my bag down, and then it was, no, excuse me, time to go live. Hold on. Okay, it's coming. There we go. Oh, look at him. She ready to be in the Vogue magazine. She got her little model pose going.
I need my staff and then.
Look at him. He's ready. Got his big boy suit on. He's ready. Still hadn't picked this up. They look at him listening. He ear hustling. Remember I told you, and he got, they sort of like little satellites, but he ear hustling. I'm wondering what these bitches that took all my papers. Where's my papers? They think they slick. They trying to be tricky. Oh, let me open the Bible. I gotta make sure I get my page. I'm gonna just flip through real quick. We can just go see what I'm gonna land on. I'm in the bag.
All right, good morning, everyone. I will get started. I will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
Good morning, Judge. Like, I hate these white bitches. I'm sick of all these I hate all these white bitches.
Please state your name for the record.
I'm here as a third party
right,
intervener in
intervener.
that matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for value in return for value all of the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any other facts in the charging instruments.
Idiot. Hey,
Record should reflect that the individual known to this
Artemisia.
court as Darrell Brooks is present in person in custody in street clothing, wearing a suit and tie and a mask.
For the record, I
today.
do not consent to being called that name, Your Honor.
All right,
And we still have yet to address subject matter jurisdiction.
The court.
You see her taking these deep breaths. She's just like, oh, I mean, it hadn't even been 5 minutes. And he's on this bullshit again.
Has addressed it for the record. So
for the record, has it been
caffeine
proven?
hadn't even kicked in yet.
Mr. Brooks, I stand by the written decision that I issued in this case last week. A second
What written
copy was
decision are you
provided. Please
referring
don't
to?
interrupt me. A second copy was provided to you. I know you saw it because you tore it up yesterday. So I'm not going to address it any further.
Are you
You are
talking about
mistaken and wrong about the law that it needs to be verified or proven.
Are you talking about the paper I accepted in return for value?
So with
Accepted
that,
for value in
I
return
believe,
for value?
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to continue with this trial, whether you believe jurisdiction has been proven or
It has not been proven for the record.
And it has. So
It has
with
not.
that, Detective Carpenter was on the stand,
And it needs to be proven.
and
And look, I still don't know how you prove subject matter. I have not found an answer to that question. So if anyone knows that they have gone to the depths of hell to find the sovereign citizen stuff, if anybody ever finds out what that means, please, please, please let me know. How do you prove the law being the law? How do you prove subject matter jurisdiction? I need to know, like it's you know, a dash of lime, 2 lemons, a splash of gin, and flour, and mix and put fire or something. I don't know. But I'm gonna just continue on.
Per the prosecution.
would like to have him brought back up unless there's any other issues the parties wish the court to address from the state.
I did want to address something briefly.
Go ahead.
As the court knows from our short discussions yesterday, the state will be playing a couple videos of the defendants and his statements. The court had previously heard those as part of a motion hearing. And I'm not sure if I'm really getting the defendant notice or what I'm doing, but I really tried hard, and I'm pulling out snippets from this because if the court recalls, there are a lot of references that the defendant makes to prior domestics with Erica.
Make sure y'all smash that
his
like
prior
button.
record, things that the court had previously excluded. So I'm going through and I am pulling specific time ranges from this so that nothing that was previously ruled inadmissible comes in. And I guess obviously this defendant has the absolute right to cross-examine the witness. He has the right, and we've offered and we have been putting exhibits up for him. But I do want it to be noted that I would not be willing to have Mr. Brooks just say, oh, go to about the 7-minute mark. Because if he even goes like 2 seconds before a clip that I had played or 2 seconds after, it could include information that was previously ruled inadmissible. And I guess what I would say to the defendant is the court has previously protected the defendant to make sure that things didn't come out, where he asked a question that could be construed as opening the door, and the court said, we're not going to go there, Mr. Brooks, and he got the message. However, with this, if there's any portion of this video that's played that talks about the prior with Erica, I do consider that he has opened the door, and I will be asking the witness about it. So I guess this is maybe more so directed at Mr. Brooks.
Wait a minute. The tattoo says Moo Moo? That's over his eye? Really? Moo Moo? Hell no.
This video for weeks at least. These videos.
See, that's why his hairline has receded, because of that bullshit on his face. I understand. I would back away from that too.
That's why he got an island on top of his head. This Galapagos just by itself.
I am unwilling to have the defendant put Miss Gussie in a spot where he's kind of, well, around this point. He needs to give exact times that he wants started.
They say a moo
and stopped, because what happens is if he says, okay, can you pause here? By the time he says that, 5 seconds may have gone by, which may be enough to, some of these, if I would play 2 more seconds than what I have here, it would open the door. So I just want the defendant to realize that this is kind of a slippery slope here, and he proceeds at his own risk. And I'm not going to ask Miss Gussie to stop it at a certain time because I think something's about to be said. That's on the defendant. And if he opens the door, I can assure you, I will go into it. So I did want to put that on the record, Judge, not to be a jerk about it, but just once it's out there, I can't not address it.
So she's giving him a soft warning. Listen, we was nice to you for a couple of days, and you pissed on that. So it is time that we get you out of that big boy suit. We try to get you to grow into that big boy suit. You are going to have to do all of this yourself. I'm going to do my job. My job is to get your black ass put away for 1,000 years. So I'm going to do my job today. So yes, sir, you proceed at your own risk. If you want to ask questions about, does it look like I beat her? Well, yeah, because you beat her. And yeah, get marks on her face.
And if it's the defendant who brings it out there into the view of the jury, then I'm going to feel compelled to address it. And then I didn't know if the court wanted to go through the preliminary instruction that you had provided previously on the interpreter. My understanding is that Mr. Marquez speaks very little English. If you want to add the added paragraph, that would be fine for the state. I've had 2 discussions with him, and I would not say he is, that English is a comfortable language for him.
All right, thank you. As to the first part, to what the state brings up regarding the redacted recording, I would remind Mr.
They're talking about that Marquez's English wasn't that good. He spoke better English than Tony Montana. If you ever watched Scarface, it's better than Tony Montana's English. I understood Tony Montana.
Brooks, the court did enter some rulings previously.
Look at his disrespectful ass.
Roll your eyes at me. Let's start the morning off on a good
I
note,
didn't
sir.
roll my eyes at you, so I don't think it's fair that you should say I roll
I
my
saw
eyes
you
at
roll the morning. Enter some rulings previously. Why do you have to roll your eyes at me? Let's start the morning off on a good
I
note,
didn't
sir.
roll my eyes at you.
Reporting, I would remind Mr. Brooks, the court did enter some rulings previously. Why do you have to roll your eyes at me? Let's start the morning off on a good
I
note,
didn't
sir.
roll my eyes at you, so I don't think it's fair that you should say I roll
I
my
saw
eyes
you roll
at you.
your eyes at me. I'm not
I
going to
didn't roll
debate
my
about it.
eyes at you, so don't do that.
Well, Mr. Brooks,
Woo!
I'd appreciate a little bit more respect. These
I would too,
rulings,
Your Honor.
let me finish, because now you're interrupting me. These rulings were entered by the court to prevent other acts evidence from coming in, but a defendant can open the door in a variety of ways. These recordings, and I have reviewed them previously, do contain discussion and statements by you regarding these other acts. And as
Make
you
sure y'all
heard
smash that
from
like button.
Attorney Basie, she has all of the timestamps to stop at appropriate times so that the state does not run afoul of those pretrial rulings. You can open the door by asking questions, by asking for a video to be played, and not knowing those exact timestamps. I think it's important that I reinforce what the state has just advised you of, so that when you are watching the recording, as all of us will be, if there is something you want replayed and you want to cross-examine the witness about, that you know those time stamps. And then the state has graciously indicated they would assist once again in replaying portions of that video.
Hit his dumb ass go.
I don't need a response from you unless you feel you would like to give a response
Yeah.
to any of that.
Of course, you gotta get one.
With all due respect, they're the ones that want to play the video. So I don't understand how I'm the one opening the door.
They literally just told you.
They chose to play the video. So
They're not going to play the entire video, though. They're going to redact out, probably stop, fast forward the portions that this court said would be inadmissible. So for example, if during your cross-examination of Detective Carpenter, you ask the state to replay a portion of the video and you say, go back to around the 7-minute mark, you have to understand that you may open the door, even inadvertently, to some of those other acts.
And you know that he does not understand what opens the door means. He still has no clue yet what opens the door means. I don't understand how he hadn't picked up something.
Evidence coming in. So what I'm telling you is,
Tanya,
if you want any portions replayed, then, or if you ask for the entire video to be played under the rule of completeness, that you have an understanding that you would be opening the door to the evidence of other acts coming in. Potentially, I'll have to rule on it at that time. But so be mindful of the timestamps.
I don't understand it, Your Honor. That's almost like you making a ruling and then it not having any standing. If you already made a
the
ruling,
rulings against them, I told the state they can't offer this evidence.
right?
They're
That's
the
what
one.
I'm saying.
So if you offer the evidence or ask questions that would open the door, that's a different story.
he still don't know
We
what that
all
means.
have treaded lightly when you've asked questions that would have opened the door
Don't
to
know
a
what that
variety
means,
of
baby girl.
witnesses. So the state's just simply saying, look, we're going to do our job. We're not going to put in the other acts evidence. We're going to pause the video, fast forward the appropriate spots. But if you want any portions replayed, or if you ask for the entire video to be played, then you do that at your peril of having those other acts evidence come in.
We're gonna tell you a new.
So that's all I want to tell you. As far as the jury instruction, do you have any position on whether that second, well, I should say second, it's the very last paragraph where it says, add the following if appropriate. Do you have any position on whether the court reads this entire jury instruction 60 to the jury prior to Mr. Marquez being called as a witness?
Yeah, I think the jury should hear whatever needs that they need to hear.
Do you have a position on that last paragraph specifically, sir, given the information that the state has provided today?
Last paragraph.
Oh, so you know that there are no coincidences in the world. There are synchronicities, right? So he's sitting here in his jail pose. You know, he's hunkered down like he's trying to protect his food. And right next to him is a box that says basic duty right next to him. So it's like it's a name tag. And they're telling us that this is basic duty here. There's nothing high level, intelligent, thoughtful, uplifting, effervescent, nothing. We on basic duty. I just thought that was interesting, seeing that. And of course, when he goes to Gen Pop, he will definitely be, his booty gonna be on basic duty. And they're gonna dig for duty.
It's in brackets and it's after a bolded section that says, add the following if appropriate. I advised the parties yesterday we would be talking about that this morning.
Look at him. Back and forth. Back and forth. Whole head. Side to side.
I mean, it was just stated that the witness doesn't speak very good English. And so that would indicate that it would be a lot more work for the interpreter
The interpreter.
to make
That's
sure.
not what I'm asking about, sir. I'm asking whether you have a position on whether I include the very last paragraph of that instruction to the jury.
Come on, there you go. Ring. Ding. Ting.
No, I don't feel like that needs to be read to the jury.
Of course not.
I think it's pretty clear from all the language leading up to that.
He on basic duty.
Let me ask Attorney Basie a question about
He on basic duty.
the contact the Office of the District Attorney has had with Mr. Marquez. Were you able to communicate at all in any way in English, even if you would describe it as broken English?
Yes, I think our last conversation, we probably said, I said something in English, he responded, and then when I said something else, I think he needed translation for that. His primary, our victim witness person, specialist assigned to the case, is bilingual, and she speaks to him in Spanish.
All right, given that bit of information provided by the DAs and Office of the Court regarding his ability to answer some, but not most, I think it's appropriate to read the very last paragraph. Certainly doesn't hurt. It's not going to take away. So I will read the entirety of jury instruction 60. Obviously, the part that says read here if appropriate comes out, and then I will print that off, and that is what I will read at the appropriate time. Did that print, Madam Clerk?
Quick question on that. How do we know exactly what words the witness will be able to understand in English
Lord Jesus.
versus?
That's not how the interpretation works. The questions are in English. They're interpreted in Spanish to the
Help them,
witness. The
Lord.
witness will answer, presumably in Spanish. And then the witness's words will be interpreted in English. And it's the English, as this instruction says, that is the evidence.
That's
I
sad
think
that
it's
had to be
a little
explained.
unfair that prosecution has had conversations with the witness and I haven't, considering that it's my witness.
Oh, well, bitch, you need to arrange. You need to have me a Zoom meeting and have all these holes here. That's what you need to do. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. You see me looking at you, bitch.
This list as well, I believe. So it's fair for either party to reach out. And if witnesses want to talk to either party in preparation, that's frankly fair game.
So how would I be able to reach out to a witness?
Mr. Brooks, you are representing yourself. That obviously poses some challenges and difficulties, but that is the state and stage that we are at. So with that, I know we'll get Detective Carpenter on the stand. He can come up and be out here when the jury comes out. So come on up, sir. I will swear you in again, as is my practice when there's a witness on the stand for a second day.
I have one more thing real quick.
Go ahead, big boy.
Well, it needs to be other than subject matter jurisdiction. So what is it?
You didn't even let me get to it.
I said, what is it? I said, it needs to be something other than subject matter jurisdiction.
Can I
What
get
is
to it?
You can say.
There's no way to know what I'm going to say
Stop
if I
being
can't
a
say it.
bitch.
Mr. Brooks, please tell me what it is you'd like to address.
I want to address why my ICFs have not been addressed, because I know you have them. Why have I not getting copies? I've gotten copies of every other ICF.
It's
Why
a
not the recent
conspiracy.
ones?
Sir, I am not going to be the intermediary anymore for ICFs that are directed to the clerk of court regarding copies.
That's not explaining why I haven't.
I'm not the
even been
keeper of
told
the
if
record. So
they've
if there's
been
something
received.
you want me to address, then you should address your ICF to me and not the clerk of court.
Well, where is the ICF?
They're
If I
in
sent
your
it, I should be able
hand.
to get a copy. I've gotten copies of every single one.
You need
Whether
to
they were
ask
addressed-
for that from the clerk
Whether
of
they
court.
were addressed to you or whether they were addressed to the clerk of courts, I've
Excuse me,
I'm
always
not going to
been
address that
told.
further, Mr. Brooks. I'm not going to be the intermediary when
So
you
what's
have
the-
questions to the clerk of court.
So
for
what's the
copies
point of me
these
sending the
documents.
ICF, me doing what you asked me to do
You asked me to do.
and sending them, and then not being able to know if they've even been
Glenn.
received and get a copy of them, which I've been getting
If
copies
you
of
did
them
not
ever
ask
since.
for a copy of the ICF, then you have any obligation to
I
send it.
I addressed it when I first sent it. I asked you on the record, did you receive it?
Mr. Brooks,
You
I
said-
didn't receive anything because nothing has been sent to me.
Well,
So
where's the
if there's
ICF?
something that you need, then you should reach back out to the clerk of
I
court.
shouldn't have to
But
do
we're
that
not
if I
going to
sent
take
it.
up court time regarding an ICF sent to the clerk of court. Again, I will advise you once again, I did this the other day, if there's something case related, it needs to be addressed to me. If it has to do with the record, it needs to go to the clerk of court.
And it was.
Because I
It was
am
sent to the
not
clerk of court.
But
I still should be.
custodian.
I still should be able to be told if it was received and get a copy, which you've done that before.
So everybody in the city, in the state of Wisconsin, should have access to his ICFs, and they should be able to just print it off on demand, just wherever they are, just pull out of their breaths and out of their pants here, right there. Okay.
Every single ICF.
And I told you I
So why
would
does
no
it change?
longer be doing that, sir, because of this very issue. It
So you
takes
said
up
so
court
now it
time.
changes. So now it changes all of a sudden.
No, it didn't change.
All of a suddenly, all of a suddenly, all of a suddenly.
All of a sudden, sir, and you know that. So don't
No,
try to
no.
confuse
Does
the
it change
record.
all of a suddenly?
So he really means that because he said it twice. All of a suddenly. He meant all of a suddenly. Mm-hmm.
Because I've been getting copies of everything I've sent, which is what you asked me to
This
do.
changed last week, and you
It
know
should.
that.
It shouldn't change.
So
No, I
with
don't
that,
know it.
I'm bringing the jury out, and I'm not addressing this issue.
So I
We're
want the
gonna
copy of
continue
my
forward.
ICS that I send.
Send the request to the
I don't
clerk's
have to
office.
send her another request. Where's the one that I just sent last week?
Right, the jury is going to come out, so please be respectful.
I will, but at the same time, you still have to. I did what you asked me to do. If you tell me to do something and I do it, and then now you're saying I'm not going to get a copy, which you've been providing them ever since.
Look at his nails. Look at his nails. Oh,
Ever since you told me to do it.
Mr. Brooks, the rules on that changed last week.
No, it did not. I'm still supposed to be able to say if it's been received or not. So why should I have to send multiple ICFs to even know if they've been received? That's ridiculous, Your
I'm
Honor.
going to give the parties the final version of jury instruction 60, which I will be reading at the
That's-
appropriate time.
Come on, you can't change stuff at the last minute. You
No,
asked me to
Mr.
do
Brooks, I
something.
did it as a courtesy,
You
and
asked-
frankly,
No.
you're not courteous
I'm not.
to me.
I'm not
So
even.
The
I'm
jury's
not even.
coming out.
I'm not even
The
referring
record
to
should
that.
reflect that the
I'm
jury
referring
is
to the
coming
fact. I'm
out.
referring to the fact that you haven't even had
Mr.
enough
Brooks,
respect to tell
please
me
be
it's been
respectful to
received.
the jury. They're coming out.
Okay, that doesn't mean that
yeah.
you shouldn't be able to tell me if my ICF has been received. ICFs that you told me to submit. You told me that.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will disregard the commentary by Mr.
I
Brooks
accept for
at this
value in
point.
return for value this document. Just like you've been hiding everything from the jury that they
The
need
jury
to hear.
Oh, see, that the jury should have known right then and there. He's fighting for us to get informed. He's fighting for you and me to hear his lies.
Disregard. The court is not hiding anything from the
Yeah,
jury.
yeah, you are.
So,
Yeah, you
Mr.
are.
Brooks, please be respectful of the jury. They're
And
coming
you
out.
should be respectful
We
of
are
what you asked
you are
me to
addressing
do.
issues
And he's surprised that he got the sentence he got with this behavior.
that are not related to evidence
They
in
are.
this case.
You asked me to do
Mr.
something, I
Brooks,
do it,
please.
and
All
then
right.
now it changes.
Everyone can be seated. Thank you.
This is ridiculous.
Mm.
Just like subject matter jurisdiction hasn't been proved.
See, he's a political prisoner.
Just like you're making judicial determinations that you don't have to
Hold
prove
on.
anything by law,
Hold on.
Yep.
which is a tacit agreement
Attacking
by you,
agreement.
Your Honor.
Ladies
Are
and
you-
gentlemen of the jury, please disregard the statements currently
Why? 'Cause
being
it's
made
true?
by Mr. Brooks.
Why?
They
'Cause
are
it's true?
Incorrect statements of the law. They
Then
are
prove
not
that they're
evidence
incorrect. Prove.
in this case.
Where's the proof? Where's the legal proof?
And you need to disregard them.
Because you don't have it.
And we are
don't
going
have
to
legal
continue
proof.
with testimony, Mr. Brooks. I warn
I
you,
don't-
do
I don't-
not interrupt.
I
or
don't
we
identify
will
by
have
that
a
name.
discussion about whether you will continue to be here.
I don't
All right.
consent to being called that name for the record.
Detective Carpenter, please stand, as is my practice when a witness is on the stand for a second day to be sworn in again. Go ahead, Teresa. Please raise your right
Lie
hand.
to the jury.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give?
He's fighting hard. He's fighting hard.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And just for the record, please state your name for day 2.
Detective Jay Carpenter, JayCarpenter.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, you may continue.
Sir, yesterday when we ended for the day, we were at the point where we were talking about you interviewing the defendant, Darrell Brooks, on November 21st, 2021 at approximately 11 o'clock p.m. Do you recall that?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Objection is overruled.
Yes, I do
Grounds
recall
for the
that.
overrule.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it is relevant.
Your Honor, at this point, or I think last night, we asked
He
for
hates Carpenter.
State's Exhibit 81 to be admitted into evidence, which is the defendant's statement provided to Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern on November 21st of last year.
And Exhibit 81 has received permission to publish, is granted.
Objection.
My notes reflect that it's 25 minutes.
That is
What you
correct.
looking for?
Let me get the exact time of it.
Objection. I didn't provide any statement on the 21st.
But it wasn't you anyway. That's your client.
Jury will disregard the statement by Mr. Brooks. He is not testifying, therefore his statements are not evidence.
And my objection should be noted for the record.
Your Honor, the entire video is 25 minutes and 27 seconds. The state will be playing from 4 minutes and 25 seconds to 14 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, Ginger.
So before it begins, I just want to clarify, we had talked about it last night a little bit. What we are hearing today is the audio interview only, correct?
Objection leading.
Overruled is foundational.
I'll
Should
be
we
ready.
ask it that way? Go ahead, you may answer, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That head is still polished up real nice. I know he got a hellified glare in that monitor.
I'll go grab you. I'll tell you. Tight.
Darrell?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Darrell. I'm Jerry Wachowski, the FBI.
Well, look at him.
Yeah.
FBI.
I'm Mary. Yep.
They're just kind of helping out because we're so short-staffed tonight. So
Thank you. Yeah.
that's all it is.
How's your shoulder, right? Is that where
Yeah, well, he said in 4 to 6 weeks I might have to get it because it's still something's wrong. I know.
you bang it up before or something?
Nah, it was just the way they slammed me.
They slammed him down.
Hit the ground, kind of like went up.
Oh.
Boom, boom. That's where the knee came from. But,
Oh, she was
yeah,
knee.
but the shoulder, I
Oh.
know something's wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
He said 4 to 6 weeks, the MRI won't be able to tell if anything's torn or anything like that. So
Oh.
FBI though.
We help out our local partners all the time. This is just something that we're here to
Because
do.
I'm like, what?
Yeah, believe it or not, we work at NPD a lot. We come down here, so we're kind of all over the place. But yeah, like Detective
Never,
Carpenter
like,
said, we're
y'all for real, the FBI group.
This says
The
abuse
truth is
channel.
out there. The truth is out there.
I'm not trying to be funny, but this is the first time I've ever even seen an FBI agent in real life.
Most we get that reaction from most.
No, because it's like, am I in a movie right now? Y'all sure y'all not punking or pranking me or something?
Yeah, you don't need
Ashton
to let
Kutcher's gonna
that
come
freak
out.
out or anything.
Right.
Again, we do work, so we work on a task force with MPD quite a bit, so
I'm
we are out
gonna
with.
put my arm like this just to stretch it out. Just to, I don't want you to think I'm doing nothing crazy. Just relieve some pressure. Something right up in.
No, you're good. Yeah, like she was saying, don't let the, don't let them get out. Don't let them make you nervous. Okay. You'll be talking to me mostly and my partner a bit. No, they'll ask you a little too, but just trying to get to the bottom of everything. Look, you were found basically running around in the yard. You said you grabbed dude's phone.
No, I didn't grab it.
I don't mean you stole it. You asked for it and you made a call.
No,
That's just kind of what I'm up here to start with and get the background about it. If you're willing to tell me just what you were doing in the yard, because obviously we have the perception we got, like I told you. They said, okay, they had us write this warrant, get some of your blood. But I have one side. So what am I missing? I'm missing Darrell's side, right? I don't know what created all this, why these people are calling us. And I can't really clear that up, or I'd like to clear that up, but the best way to clear it up is if, you're willing to talk to me about it, okay? And that's just kind of what I'm here to sit down and chill with you about. We've been talking to you, about 4 hours now? And we've
Probably
been
longer.
Yeah, we've been pretty cool. It's been
Probably
pretty laid
longer.
back, so I'm looking to keep it that way. I'm not looking to pull any fast ones on you. That's why I've been straight with you to that point. I'm going to keep doing that now, right? Darrell, is it Darrell? Do I have the spelling right?
Yes, sir.
And it's E. Edward, like full middle is Edward, right?
Yes, sir.
Brooks, Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Who was
And just
you?
verify your date of birth for me.
2/21/82.
So you're 39?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Married at all?
No.
No?
As little as I am, I'm like, you have to slam me.
Yeah. How many kids you got?
3.
3? How old are they?
18, 14, and 7.
And don't have nothing to do with none of them.
Yeah. What do they like to do?
My baby girls, they into everything that's going on right now. The TikTok,
Really?
the
Always on the phone,
Instagram,
right?
they always dance and making videos. My oldest daughter just started high school.
Yeah.
And my baby girl she just started the first grade. So
they could
my
all
son is the oldest. My girls are the youngest.
They can build a computer, but
You notice that he didn't have anything specific to say about them, right? So I'm eating some of this peppermint candy. Yeah, peppermint candy.
can't normally talk like we know how to, right? So you're born in Milwaukee?
Actually, Detroit.
Detroit.
Yes, sir.
Living in Milwaukee now?
Yes, sir. Grew up here. We left Detroit when I was I don't even think I was walking and talking yet. So Milwaukee's home, Wisconsin's home, born and raised.
Okay. Not working right now, right?
No, not at the moment.
Of course not.
What do you do
You
when you're
know
working?
he's unemployed.
What do you consider your job?
The last job I just had, I was working at a sheet metal place.
Okay.
Basically just they would have these hook things, you just basically, it's strenuous because you got to do a lot of lifting, and it's a lot of heavy lifting, but you basically just hanging these pieces on these hooks, and they're going through the thing, they're steaming them, painting them, then they come back around and you just box them up and load them.
So you're not married?
No.
You have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
You live with her?
No.
What's her name, your girlfriend's name?
Her name is Erica Patterson.
E-R.
You heard the joy in his voice when he said her name. Her name is Erica Patterson.
How does she spell it?
E-R-I-K-A.
P-A.
Yeah, P-A-T-T-E-R-S-O.
Okay, and it's 4014 North 19th Street in Milwaukee. Do I have the right address?
Yes, sir.
Is that an apartment or a house?
It's a house.
Okay. What's the zip code there?
53209.
Okay.
And last grade you completed in school?
12th
grade? Okay. Graduated
No
high school?
lie.
Yes, sir.
What school did you go to in Milwaukee?
Riverside.
Riverside?
Yes, sir. Milwaukee Riverside Tigers. I see you smile. You know about Riverside, man?
I heard things.
We kicked y'all butt in football.
It was West Dallas.
Oh, no.
I don't think we play Riverside.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I appreciate all the cooperation and all the good dialogue we've had, to this point, Darrell. Being that you're sitting here and I had some handcuffs on you before and all that jazz.
Absolutely.
You familiar with your legal rights?
Yes,
Have
I
you
have.
ever had those read to you before?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Oh, he got those tattooed on him. He know those so well.
So as you can see, they're written on this paper. So because, if I was sitting here and talking to you on your couch, we wouldn't have to worry about this. But because you're here, not your home, it's kind of a thing I got to read to you. Okay. And again, it's just something I got to read to you before I kind of get your side, or hopefully get your side here, and love to hear your side. I'd like to know what Darrell has to say about, okay, we got some people calling us saying this, he said, you made hundreds before. No, I wasn't driving. Someone thought you might have been. He had to get that warrant. He ended up calling a guy just to use his phone, kind of loitering around, and just, how you ended up kind of being it. That's what they say.
No. I was gonna say I knocked on his door to use his phone.
Yep. Right, but it probably wasn't him that called because he got his phone, but someone was concerned about something. So just trying to figure out what's going on down in that neighborhood. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
He kind of, like I said, that wasn't probably the best.
Like I said, you see what's on the screen, him and his name tag, basic duty.
But I was just like, I need to get an Uber. Yep. I have money on my Cash App card.
Yep.
So I'm not trying to rob anybody.
Sure.
I'm not trying to break it in. And obviously you can tell I'm not drunk. I'm not, under the influence of anything. So.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. In regards to these, Darrell, then, do you understand that you have the right to remain silent? Just answer everything with a yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I just write down your reply. You understand if you give up that right, anything you say may be used against you in court?
Yes, sir.
Should have listened.
Do you understand you have the right to consult with an attorney and have an attorney
thank you,
present during
Wanda.
any questioning?
Yes, sir.
He's so respectful.
Do you understand if you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you by the court?
Yes, sir.
Understanding the above rights, Darrell, are you willing to speak with me, us, primarily me? I'm the one that's going to be doing most of the talking probably.
I just want to know a little bit more about what's going on. Just a little bit. Because
I told you, I know very little. I just know that, you're down in this neighborhood, someone called, they didn't know what you were doing down there and things like that. So I got limited from their side, but I'm looking to see, what you have to say about it. I'm looking to see, maybe the caller was just on some BS down there. I don't know. I don't know.
I bet you the caller said there's a drive-by shooter running loose outside. or a toy drive-by shooter. Gangster. There's a drive-by shooter driving through the neighborhood. Oh, I'm sorry.
But I can't really show the court that if I don't have, if I haven't talked to you. So that's why I'm here, just to kind of see what you got to say about it. Get your side of it. Running around a neighborhood's not the end of the world. It's not a huge deal.
Right. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have had to do that if I made better decisions with
Erica.
Yes.
But not gonna point the finger.
Don't
sure. I'm a grown man. I make my own decisions.
Make your own decisions.
Not gonna point the finger at nobody. I just.
That's good.
Think.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
What the hell?
You want to speak with me, Darrell?
Not right now.
So, was a decision made to speak with Mr. Brooks the following day?
Being called their name, leading the witness.
The objections are overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now, when you spoke with the defendant on the 21st, what did you have some general information as to
Thank you,
casualties
Lindley.
from
Yes.
the parade?
Yes, I did.
What information did you have at that point?
At that point, not all the information was in yet, but I knew, as I stated in previous testimony, our emergency department was very full. I knew there were significant injuries to many people. I knew some were deceased. I did not know the exact number at that time.
You had approximately another couple minutes of conversations with Mr. Brooks before you called it a night. What was the vibe that you got from him during those couple minutes?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name as leading the witness.
The objection's overruled. You may answer.
I would say friendly. I think when you heard the clip there, Mr. Brooks jokes about Riverside and football. The individual he was talking to at that time was Detective Stern. As you can't obviously see him in the video. I could sense, and I believe you can hear it in Mr. Brooks's voice in that clip. The FBI put him on edge. It was unusual to see them. I could sense the nervousness. He did transition as I talked to him more throughout that clip into a more normal conversational tone again. But when I was speaking with Mr. Brooks casually throughout the night, that was the type of tone he had with us. It was very friendly, and he seemed, when it came to myself and Detective Stern, very comfortable speaking with us.
Now, you had stated your initial intent was to talk to him about loitering in the area that he was arrested. Do you recall that?
Objection, strictly to you.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
Did Mr. Brooks at all talk to you about the loitering in terms of what the focus of your investigation was that night?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name, leading the witness.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, the statements he made in there, about, being in the area because he needed an Uber. He says more, to us about not knowing the area of Waukesha. He doesn't know the streets, things of that nature, and he just needed an Uber to get home. So yeah, that was his reasoning for being down there, and he stuck to that reasoning the entire time.
Direct your attention then to the next day. So, Shrek, that night, was he transported to a Muskego Police Department?
Yes, he was.
And did you go to Muskego Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Did you transport him?
So it was a dual transport. Officer Leha from the Waukesha Police Department responded to Waukesha Memorial Hospital in a marked squad car that has an appropriate rear backseat transport compartment. Mr. Brooks was placed in that car, and myself and Detective Stern followed in a separate car.
So once you get to City of Muskego Police Department, do you do anything there?
Objection, lead.
Overruled. You may answer.
Not the first night. Myself and Detective Stern stood by while some basic medical questions that were part of Muskego Police Department's policy as far as holding a prisoner were asked of him. I was there until Mr. Brooks was placed into his cell. Once Mr. Brooks was in his cell, I explained to him that me personally, would be returning the next day to speak with him more and give him more information about the investigation.
Did Officer Leha end up staying at the Muskego Police Department with the defendant?
Objection, strictly to you.
Overruled.
Yes, he did.
Why was that?
Objection, lead.
Overruled.
That was Muskego's request, being Mr. Brooks was, because of the transition and we did not have our own municipal lockup facility, we requested to use Muskego Police Departments and they allowed it. But being Mr. Brooks was technically in our custody, they requested that one of our officers stay there to do the monitoring and the jail checks.
So did you return to the City of Muskego Police Department the next day, November 22nd, to speak with Mr. Brooks again?
Yes, I
Objection,
did.
I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I did.
Did you return with anyone?
I returned with Detective Ben Stern.
Now, what was the plan for this interview? You had said the previous day the intent was to kind of start very low, just looking at loitering. Did you have a plan going into the interview on the 22nd?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I did.
What was that plan?
So the plan was different from the prior day. So the interview with Mr. Brooks on the 22nd didn't start till about a little after noon that afternoon, 12:11 p.m. to be exact. Around 8 a.m. that morning, there was a briefing with all officers that were involved where I learned some additional information. What I learned that morning was that there was a domestic abuse incident that had occurred between Darrell Brooks and Erica Patterson, something I was not aware of when I was with Mr. Brooks during the evening hours of November 21st. There was also much more information at this point in regards to the parade incident. As I had stated in my earlier testimony, it was very, very chaotic that first night between radio traffic and what I could hear going on down in the downtown. As I had stated, it was really unlike anything I've ever been involved in. But by Tuesday morning, the 22nd, we had narrowed it down to basically just Mr. Brooks, that there were not 4 people in this car. We were looking at 1 man. So he was now a suspect in the domestic abuse and driving in the parade. So I chose to begin the interview on the less serious matter, that being the battery charge that he was looking at with Erica Patterson.
Now, you said Tuesday the 22nd.
Monday, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. And what do you try to do when you're meeting with someone? Do you try to establish any type of rapport with that person? Is that helpful? How did you approach this interview on the 22nd?
Objection, leading.
I'll sustain it to the form of the question. It was actually compound. If you could rephrase.
How did you approach the questioning of Mr. Brooks on the 22nd?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So when I began to speak with Darrell Brooks on the 22nd, I began with some very light conversation. I explained to Mr. Brooks that I had more information from the previous day. I explained to Mr. Brooks that his girlfriend at that time, Erica Patterson, had made some domestic abuse allegations against him that were physical in nature. I didn't indicate to him exactly what she said he did, but that there were physical allegations. I explained to Mr. Brooks that there's always 2 sides to a story, and that, you know, a lot of times in my experience as an officer, it can be about perspective. There's side A, there's side C, so to speak, and maybe B somewhere in the middle can be your truth. And I basically just implored him to be honest. I touched on the fact we had talked extensively the night before about things such as him enjoying baseball, him having watched the Packer game, him having been disappointed by the result of the Packer game. And in situations such as interrogations, I think it's always important to let a person know that obviously I'm an officer, but I'm a human being.
Thank you, Lindley. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Try to not let them see that barrier and feel comfortable talking.
No, I'm snacking, and I don't want y'all to hear me chew, so I'm just on mute till I finish eating.
Talking to you, I think in any interpersonal relationship in society, there needs to be rapport, and I try to establish that before getting into the specific details of the crime at hand.
Now, you said that you had a briefing prior to going back to the City of Muskego Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have, you said you had more information about the parade incident and also the domestic incident, correct?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Next question.
Did you know at that time, prior to speaking with Mr. Brooks, how many people had died during the parade incident?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And how many people was that at that time?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
At that point, it was 5.
So did you confirm, again, personal information for the defendant before starting the interview?
Yes, I did.
Did you read the Miranda form like you did the night before?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 174. Now, is that the Miranda statement form?
I guarantee you, next time we see Mr. Brooks, he's gonna be rustling papers.
Objection leading.
Yes, it is.
And what time was that completed?
12:11 p.m.
What exhibit is that?
174.
174?
174. And did you read that form to Mr. Brooks?
Objection. What did you say?
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And did you read that form to him in its entirety?
Yes, I did.
I'd ask that Exhibit 174 be moved into evidence.
Objection. Relevancy.
Exhibit 174 is received.
Hey, Jay Jones.
Now, when we look at Exhibit 174, it says spouse's name. It says Erica Patterson. Do you see that?
Objection leading.
He doing a little wheel.
Sustained as to the form of the question. You did not ask to publish. I did not. I just want to make sure that's what you were not looking to do.
Correct. No.
Okay.
There's a spot in this form that says spouse's name. Is that filled in?
Yes.
And what does it say?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
It says Erica Patterson.
Did he say that they were married?
He did not. He said that was his girlfriend, however.
Oh.
And he indicated he had children?
Objection leading.
It's background foundational. It's the witness may answer. The objection's overruled.
Yes, he did.
How many children did he have?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
3.
And you read each of the 5 rights that are listed on this form?
Yes, I did.
And did he agree to speak with you?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. I would ask that Exhibit 174 be published to the jury.
Look at him.
Objection. Relevancy.
The exhibit's already been received.
Are
Noting
we
your
reading
objection, it's overruled.
something?
Permission to publish is granted.
Now,
real
as that form
juicy.
is coming up in the jury box, just for
It
the
is real
jurors to
juicy.
see, when you initially had contact with the defendant that morning, did you verify if he had been fed?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
And had he been fed dinner the night before, breakfast that morning, lunch that afternoon?
Objection. Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Yes, he had.
And was he
Oh.
complaining about any physical injuries?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, he was continuing to complain about, excuse me, he was continuing to complain about the injury to his right shoulder, which he still at that time was asserting occurred when officers at the time of his arrest body slammed him.
Now, with regard to the second interview, the one that took place on November 22nd, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
And would it be fair to say that recorded interview was 4 hours, 55 minutes, and 30 seconds?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. And you've had the opportunity to listen to that interview?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to go through that interview with you. I'm not going to play the whole 5 hours, but just portions of that. I'll stop it during specific clips that I'm providing to Ms. Gussie, and we'll talk about it. Is that all right?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Before you do that, I'm told our interpreter will be here momentarily. And rather than you start, I think it would be best if we just take a short break till the interpreter's here. Is the witness here?
I believe he was coming at 10.
Oh,
We
okay,
thought we'd
that's
take
fine
a
then. Then I appreciate that additional information then. We'll keep going. Sorry for the interruption.
Let me see if maybe he's here early.
Okay.
Oh, there you go, ear hustling. I wonder, what is he doing? What is he reading? Did he write, I am tall, I'm a man, I'm a real man, bitches love me, and this is affirmations,
Okay,
I don't
then
know.
we will keep going and just let me know when the witness gets here.
Okay, you can take this exhibit off the screen. If we can go to 7 minutes and 30 seconds to 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Hey, Shannon Ward. Yeah, maybe he's writing I'm a straw man or subject matter jurisdiction. No subject matter jurisdiction for the record.
Is this the interview room that was at the Miseducation Police Department?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
See, we got George Jefferson.
And it's paused right now, but who's in that room?
Objection, lead.
Overruled.
The person in that room in the red t-shirt with the mask partially covering their face, longer braided appearing hair, is Darrell Edward Brooks. The same individual sitting to my left in the suit, jacket, shorter hair, and surgical mask.
Okay. And the other two people depicted
Dirty
here?
diaper.
The person, as you would look to the screen to the left, is myself, and on the right is Detective Ben Stern.
So again, going to 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
And look, the same mannerisms too.
We're going to play it, but not with sound, until 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Okay. So it now is
Yo,
at
you're
7 minutes and 30
live.
seconds. If we can play until 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Hang the metal pieces on the little machine thing that comes around. They take them. The pieces go through like this little steamer type machine thing, and then they paint it, and then they come back around, and we just take them off the hook and just put them in the box, load them up.
Oh, look at that arm.
It was 4 on, 3 off, so that was more ideal because
Look at him alive.
I mostly have my children the back half of the week.
Live.
Since all this, I've been having them every day.
Live.
Like,
How old are your kids?
my son is grown. My oldest daughter is 14, and my youngest daughter is 7.
You said your
Wow.
oldest son's grown. How old is he?
He's 18.
They all live with you then in Milwaukee?
Well, my son doesn't.
Your son doesn't?
My son doesn't.
Okay. All right.
Right. Yeah.
So initially, what were you speaking with Mr. Brooks about when he was describing doing something with metal?
Objection, lead. Not consent to being called that name.
Overruled as to both objections. The witness may answer.
I don't consent to
Just
you.
about work. He was, Mr. Brooks was explaining a job he had prior. He indicated he was laid off due to the pandemic.
Live.
So it was just general conversation about his work history.
And he talked about his kids. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And his 2 youngest kids, who did he say they lived with?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
No
Objection,
pimping.
relevancy.
No pimping.
Mr. Brooks was indicating they were living with him. However, the investigation showed that not to be the case.
Not to be the case.
Of the 2 daughters, one lives down in Georgia in the Atlanta area, and the other lives in Iowa.
Thank you.
Different sides of the country.
Now directing your attention to 14 minutes and 15 seconds into the interview.
He's very it's like he's choreographed a little dance. Like he's you know how those 50s movies and they have all that exaggerated movement, the guy, especially one of my favorite movies, 10 Commandments, and Yul Brynner has this robe and he flicks it back and forth, and then he'll come and he'll do these dramatic poses and readings of his lines. And to me, it's just like he's holding the paper like one of those old movies. It's like they're like the vapors. That's the way he's holding the paper. And like he's about to give some Shakespearean sonnet about his children committing suicide,
And I'd be playing that until 15 minutes and 48 seconds into the interview. It is currently at 14 minutes and 15 seconds.
Can I have those timestamps again, please?
Sure. 14 minutes and 15 seconds beginning to 15 minutes and 48 seconds.
Thank you.
I'd ask that be played at this time.
Go ahead.
We're not on your college debt. I gotta read it, okay? And I know you've heard it before, so you kind of understand.
He heard it 1,000
Do you have any
times.
questions before I start for me?
1,000 times.
Only thing I want to know is, what in the heck am I being charged with anything?
Well, she's making some, like I said, alleged allegations against you, kind of, for being physical. So that's what, if that's BS, that's what I'm looking to hear from you. Okay?
Total BS.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
And
look
that's
at that
kind of, we couldn't
arm.
track her down, so that's kind of where we're at. It's this typical back and
Look
forth
at that
stuff
arm,
that
just
guys like you go through with their baby mama all the time. And they're all, there's a lot of guys out there in your spot, and a lot of times, maybe it's not always fair to them, but that's kind of what
I
I'm
wish
trying
they
to
had a
figure out.
law to where people can, if you do that shit, you should get in trouble. Sure.
You should get in trouble.
Like, why? You shouldn't be able to just be like, oh, I'm pissed off, so I'm going to call and do this.
Yep. I agree.
Like, why would you put me in that situation and then we're going to end up being together anyway?
This is
Why would you
so
do that?
embarrassing.
Trying to judge that credibility. Yeah, and that's total BS. So that's what that's why we're sitting in here with you to try to sift through the BS, if that's what we got, and go from there.
Crazy, man.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right.
Girl.
Okay, you remember you in pain.
I said this last night too, didn't
Yeah.
I? She gets drunk and remember I kept saying that she fucking asks for food and I'm the one that pays for it.
Yep.
Oh,
Can you tell the jury a little bit about this clip?
it's Erica's fault.
So in this clip here, I'm just explaining to Mr. Brooks the background of the domestic abuse allegations that officers had received from Erica Patterson, and that I was looking to get basically clarity on that, his side of the story on that, have him help me understand what aspects of it may or may not be true, and just walk me through what had occurred between the two of them.
Again, although we're approximately 15 minutes into the interview, have you mentioned anything about the parade incident or any victims?
Objection.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I had not said anything about that at this point.
And why was that?
So what I wanted to do with this interview, as I stated in my earlier testimony, I wanted to start with the smaller things and get to the bigger things. The parade incident with the injuries of the individuals and the loss of life was obviously very serious. Part of what I believe as an investigator is very important is gauging credibility in the interview. And one of the ways you do that is you need to be careful. Obviously, at some point, if I'm going to take Mr. Brooks to jail, I have to tell him what he's being charged with. But I want to be very careful in giving too much information early on, so that I'm not leading him, so that I'm not giving him the opportunity based on information to create lies. I want to see how he reacts to things to help me gauge whether he's being truthful. And I found starting with the smaller aspect and seeing how truthful he was with that could help lead me into the more serious allegations and see if he was going to be truthful about those things as well.
Now, as I watched the snippet of the video that we showed, at one point you had indicated, guys like you get into these kind of situations with girls like that, or something to that effect. Do you recall that interaction in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you mean by that? Or what were you trying to establish by making that statement?
Again, as I had stated in my earlier testimony, part of what I believe is important is simply building a rapport with an individual. Again, you always have with any individual in any interrogation, there's the natural barrier that can occur with them seeing you as a law enforcement officer. I've been doing this job for 18 years. That was not intended on any way on my part to suggest to Mr. Brooks that everything his girlfriend was saying was a lie. I just wanted him to feel comfortable telling me the truth, whatever that truth was.
Wasn't no truth in it.
Man to man or person to person, human being to human being.
Bitch to non-bitch.
Directing your attention to 30 minutes and 26 seconds and playing this clip until 40 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's do that now.
Oh,
Objection.
there you go. Look at me.
Wasn't it just said we was 15 minutes in the interview? Why is it playing from 30 minutes?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled again. That's 30:26, you said?
30:26
What,
to
look,
40.
look how dramatic he's reading.
40:30. Go ahead.
He is so dramatic. Dramatic. God bless these people for shielding your stupid ass. Bless these people.
Oh, what brought you to Waukesha yesterday? How did you get out here?
I was meeting up with a friend to watch the Packer game.
Oh,
That's
here
the
we
only
go.
reason why I was out here.
Magical
Go to
Marcus.
watch the game.
To a friend named Stephanie.
Oh, Stephanie.
Her house, a bar, or
A house.
where did you go to watch the game?
Now look, when he stopped and he said, he was like, Stephanie. A clear indication of lies being told.
To a friend named Stephanie.
Uh-huh.
Her house, a bar, or
A house.
But he was like, why the
I
fuck
don't
I
mean to
said
make you
Stephanie?
uncomfortable or anything, but what's the address there? What's she
I
listed
have
on it?
no idea about Waukesha. I don't know the street.
What was it near? I know you had to see something near it. So what
Come
was
on.
it near?
Get your lie. Come on.
Like a gas station.
Have you been to the house before?
No.
Never before?
No.
What's Stephanie's last name?
I have no idea.
I have
no idea.
When did you guys set this up?
Maybe a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Like I said, I have a few friends. I have a few friends in Milwaukee that have people out here, so
look at that
it's
arm.
not, I don't, like I said last night, I don't know the streets in Waukesha. It's not where I usually hang out at, so I couldn't say, well, this street, and this, you know, I couldn't.
Right.
That arm is
Friend of
moving.
yours or like a friend of a friend?
A friend of a friend.
Friend of
mutual
a friend.
What
It's
your
just
last
like,
name was?
I have no idea.
How long have you known
No
her?
idea.
That was my first time meeting her. So
So how did you get the number to know the house to go to?
a friend.
A friend.
A friend.
A friend.
So how did you get to her house?
My friend.
My
I went with
friend.
my friend.
My
Okay, who's
friend.
that?
My friend. I don't really want to say his name. I don't know if that's going to incriminate him in anything. So.
Okay, so let's go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, your friend was Charles Lee Ray. That's who you was. That's your friend. You met Charles Lee Ray, and he was trying to get your soul into a good guy doll because you know y'all about the same height. So, yeah.
Go with this. How did you come? I know you saw Erica yesterday in Waukesha because we talked to her. Now I don't know everything that went on, and I'm not saying I believe everything she told the other officers. How did you come to meet with her in Waukesha? One, and two. You say you don't know Waukesha, but where did you meet her? A gas station, a park? I know you met her. Where did you meet her? What happened yesterday?
Yeah,
because if this is BS, like you say, and I know you met her, what happened?
I met
What
her
happened when you met her? Where did you meet her? Let's start with that.
by a gas station.
Okay.
Now, remember, he was always saying, I didn't say we met at the gas station. Met him at the gas station. His original lie was he met Erica near the gas station. That was the original lie. Couldn't remember, couldn't keep his lies straight because he didn't write them shits down.
I don't know what I was supposed to be getting some money from her.
Some money from her.
How did, okay. For what?
It was the rest of my money that she had of mine that she was holding for me.
She's holding it for me.
How much?
It was supposed to be $350.
Okay. And why did she have it? Why was she holding
Well,
it?
she had been holding it for me for a few weeks now. But like I said, I hadn't seen her. She had see.
Right.
Mom
What was she
already-
holding? Why did she have it? Why was she holding it for you?
She was just holding it for me because I told her to hold it for me. But it didn't have anything to do with, this was weeks ago. She had been holding the money. Because I had no contact with her. I couldn't tell her. And my mom wasn't going to let her come to the house to bring it.
Mm-hmm.
What?
And I told her, look, man, if I'm going to be out there, I'll meet up with you and get the money, but I'm not hanging out with you. I'm not having sex with you. And she was just like, oh, you want to kill? I'm like, I'm not finna do none of that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm not supposed to be around you.
Oh boy.
I get that. I understand that. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm not supposed to be around you.
But I know you just
I
can't
love you to
resist
death,
it,
man.
though.
You my baby mama.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
can't
going to, you
resist
know what
it.
I'm saying? It wasn't
Mhm.
supposed to be like a hangout thing. I told her, I'm like, I'm out here. And she's like, oh, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? I'm like, look, I'll meet up with you to get the money and, you know, give you a hug or whatever. But she was like, well, gee, I need something. I'm like, no, we can't do all that. I'm not going to have sex with you. I'm not going to hang out with you or none of that.
All right. So you told her you weren't going to do any of that stuff.
No.
How did you set the meeting up? Did you talk to her on the phone, Facebook Messenger, text message?
I talked to her.
I don't think she said anything about that. So just, I mean, if she's BS, how did you
Yeah, because
create a meeting with her?
Ooh, look at that arm.
This is what she does. If
Well,
she
hold on
can't-
one second. Hold on, one thing at a time. How did you set the meeting with her? How do I verify?
That's what I'm saying. If she can't get in touch with me, that's what she'll do. She'll go to social medias and do all this and try to talk to people and all this and that. I contact with her through a mutual friend that we both know.
Boy, look at that arm.
And I was like, okay, tell her I'm out in Waukesha or whatever, and I'll meet up with her to get the money. And then she put us on the call.
Well, how did...
And she was just like, where you at? Yeah. And she was just like, where you at? I'm like, look, I don't know where I'm at.
Oh.
Do you still got that money? She's like, yeah, I want to give you the money and I want to do this and do that. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna hang out with you. I'm gonna meet up with you, get the money, give you a hug and kiss. We'll talk later.
We'll talk later.
Was it still daylight?
It was still daylight. It was still daylight.
So after that,
this was, I think the game was still on.
it was on. So
The game was still on.
Both of them.
Yeah, the game was still on. So I was like, fuck it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I want to see you. I ain't seen you in like a month. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to lie and say, man, that's my baby mama. I love this woman.
Oh, it's my baby mama. I love this woman.
But I can't hang out with you.
Oh.
I can't do anything with you, you know, that type of thing.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
Whatever the case may be. But yeah, that.
Yeah.
And this is on your cell phone? The three-way call, obviously, it's your cell phone because you're not home, right?
My friend's phone.
Ah, my friend's phone.
But yesterday, so do you have your phone?
No.
No.
That's what I'm saying. No.
No.
So who is the friend whose phone you were using to talk to her on a three-way call?
I hadn't thinking no
I don't
lie.
want to say his name because I don't
I
want to.
hadn't thought of his name yet.
Okay, I guess, so you saw her though, right? You met up with her? Okay. So, how did the conversation with her end?
With me walking off and her being pissed off that I didn't want to hang out with her.
Right.
I said, look, I'm not supposed to be around you. I'm gone.
I'm gone.
When she
Whose
said,
car
oh,
did you use to get out
she
there?
said, I didn't have a car.
Oh.
So whose car did you use to get to Waukesha?
My friend
friend
is the one that said he was gonna go hang out and watch the Packer game. I said, I'm gonna go with.
Okay. Whose car did you use to get out to Waukesha?
I didn't use anybody's car.
Magical Marcus.
My friend lives in Milwaukee.
Ah.
You didn't walk to Waukesha. Whose car did you guys use?
My friend. I just said
He
my
rolled
friend.
on the magic carpet.
I'm just trying to figure out how you got here.
Yeah, I know, but it seemed like you trying to like spin me up or something. Like
I'm just asking.
What he's saying is I have not completely thought through this lie. I'm making up as I go along, and I'm feeling some type of way. I'm feeling really emotional right now. I'm feeling very emotional.
How you got here? Whose car did you drive out here?
I didn't drive at all.
Yep.
Whose car did you come out here in?
The magic carpet.
My friend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. What kind of car is it? So here's the thing.
Aladdin magic carpet got him there.
Obviously, you know, she's coming at us. I told you she's talking
Hey,
about
Reeve.
some domestic related issues, okay? you know, I don't know if she's on BS. I don't know if she's not.
I'm telling you.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. I don't want you to get.
Yeah, because
hold on, let me finish. You know, I don't entirely know all that. Okay, I'm just right now trying to figure out how you got out here. So
he worried about trying to be spent up, but when he go to the booty house, he gonna be spent over. You know, spend and bend over.
gotta step out with my partner for a minute. Just relax. I don't want you to get you all nervous, okay? But
He
you know, I'm
nervous.
not trying to be confrontational, but I don't think when you meet her out in Waukesha, you're not from Waukesha.
Come on.
I think a reasonable question is to ask, how did you get out here? Yeah. Whether you drove, someone else drove, and if so, when you got out here, what type of car you were in? So just every hour or so, my boss, he knows we're out here. I just gotta call him, say, yeah, we're talking. I'll call you back later. Just gotta step out, throw in a line with him, and we'll come back. Just chill out here, enjoy your soda. We'll be right back. All right? Sound good?
So we done talking or?
No.
Come
Back. Just chill out. We'll be back.
You just gotta make that
back in that. So I just gotta make that call.
Here this fool go.
All right.
In the middle of the conversation?
Well, do you want to tell me about the car?
No.
Another couple minutes. Yeah, but I
I gotta call him. I can come back, but I just.
Listen, I'm willing to listen.
Listen.
Carpenter.
Oh.
You been straight up with me. You been straight up with me.
Come
right?
on, get the live right.
All I'm saying is I just want to know what I'm looking at and if I can just notify my girls. That's it. I don't have a problem with talking to you guys.
So the girls, the one that's in Iowa and then the one that's in Georgia. So he's gonna call both people, both BOF or BOAF, both.
At all, I just want to know what am I looking at? That's
it.
She called about some domestic abuse related stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't talk to her myself. I told you that at the start. You said she was crazy. We talked
Y'all
about
know that. Y'all talked to the woman.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I apologize. You talk.
You see, you're doing too
She
much.
was beat up. She like, dude.
Darrell,
like,
come on. Slow down.
See?
All right? We can't explain it to you if you keep talking over us. You know what I'm saying? All right? I didn't talk to her. I didn't see her. Okay? Now.
Okay, with regard to that clip, sir.
Look, you can see the bald spots right here.
We have a lot of talk about her, meaning her. Who is her?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
The her in this case is Erica Patterson.
Did you have some conversations with Mr. Brooks before this clip about his relationship with Ms. Patterson?
Objection leading. I do consent to being called that name.
The objections are overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
Now, at the end of this
Hey,
video,
Teresa.
not the end of the video, but the end of this clip, again, he is saying, what am I looking at? Do you recall him saying that in this video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
Was this a theme throughout this 5-hour video?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it was.
Did he, you had stated initially when he came into the room, he had complained about some shoulder pain.
Oh, look at
Yes,
him.
he did.
Did that continue throughout the interview?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So I would say what happened is it went on and off. So at this point here, the interview at this point in time was what I would describe as laid back.
Good night,
A
the
lot
best
of it
mama
was
bear.
simply getting background about the overall relationship between Mr. Brooks and Miss Patterson. During that time, he was fine. He was moving his arms, as you could see in this clip. He wasn't complaining about pain. What I noticed and made me question the legitimacy of the injury before ever actually even seeing the body cam is I noted at times of stress Later in this interview, as I continue to push on a vehicle,
Objection.
I can see, as you could see here, I believe it can be seen here in this interview, talking about the car made him uncomfortable. Complaints about the pain would suddenly come back.
How about the request to be told what he's looking at? Did you see any correlation between that and what was occurring during the interview?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, that, as I say, that continued throughout the entirety of the interview. And, you know, really at this point was a little unusual because right now he had been told he was looking at the domestic. The parade hadn't come up. So a reasonable person, I believe, at this point of the interview knew what they were looking at. They were looking at a domestic abuse incident. Why simply asking him how he got out here as far as transportation made him nervous was alarming.
Oh, and they're gonna have
An
food laugh.
example of him, you said that you had seen him using his arms a little bit in this clip. Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
You had stated that, what observations did you make during this clip about the use of his right arm?
He would move it from side to side. So, I mean, both his arms would come out like this and move. He would make mannerisms when he was speaking with both arms that were, to me, what
Feminine.
a person would do when they're normally conversing.
Oh, I was gonna say feminine. Ultra feminine.
It would seem unusual to make those movements if he was in fact in as much pain as he was claiming to us he was in.
I'm gonna just let the record reflect that when you would
Welcome,
indicate he moved his
Teresa.
arms this way, you moved both your right and left arm out parallel to the ground
like
at
Jesus.
about shoulder level. Would that be accurate?
Jesus
Yes,
being
it would.
crucified on the cross.
I'm going to show you a clip beginning at 52 minutes and 15 seconds to 52 minutes and 42 seconds. So a very short clip. Go ahead.
Look at him.
That, and then she makes this complaint when she gets you back.
Yeah, and it's like, why do you do this to me? And I promise you, my right hand,
Look at that.
God Almighty,
Look at that.
throne with Jesus next to his side.
Wow.
The woman is going to sit up there and say, I was drunk, I was mad, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, now I got to go through everything just for you to do that. Why did you do this to me? She's going to come back to us.
So we saw some motions with his arms during this
He's
clip.
a
Would that be
lot of
an accurate
motion.
statement?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Can you explain to the jury what you observed?
So I observed Mr. Brooks move his arms to his side, above his head, his right arm almost fully above his head at points. Quite frankly, showing that arm seemed to have full range of motion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you had testified yesterday. You had seen a video or a still shot from a video.
Boy,
and
look
you
at
identified
him.
the defendant driving a red SUV. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
And
He working
when the
hard
defendant
too.
was telling you about his friend bringing him out in a tan Kia, I think he said, did you believe that to be true?
Objection.
Sustained. It's for the jury to determine.
It's the
credibility.
magic carpet
Did
ride.
you-
Witness will not answer that.
Did you ever see any video of the defendant driving in a tan Kia during the time of the parade?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Hearsay.
No, I did not.
Directing the video to 1 hour, 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and playing until 1 hour, 18 minutes.
What
and
is
2
he
seconds.
reading?
Before we go to this clip, I know we have the witness, I've been told, and the interpreter available. So I would like to put further testimony and watching of these clips on hold. you do need to take a witness out of order in order to accommodate the interpreter that the court has arranged for. So Detective Carpenter, you may be excused momentarily.
All right. Let's see. I've been here for
And
2
then
hours.
Mr. Ryan would accompany the witness. This will be Mr.
That's
Juan
how long
Marquez being
ago.
called by Mr. Brooks.
This street is like.
Okay, hold on.
Especially when I bring up subject matter.
All right. I'll go a little,
On the
little
record,
bit
and
longer.
I've
I'm gonna try to
advised
get
to have
all
the
of
jury
it
brought out.
direct done.
I'm glad you're back here, sir.
Look at her. I'm just saying that. I'm just trying to make it through.
I am, sir, actually.
Especially when I bring up subject matter jurisdiction.
I've ruled on that, sir.
But it hasn't been proven for the record.
If you disagree with my ruling, sir, you can file an appeal.
Bruh. Put them papers down.
Proven on the record. Has yet to be proven on the record.
I disagree, sir. You can have it. I'll rise for the jury, please.
You're gonna be scared when I put all these paperwork on you, ho. Yes, yes, Jason Statham. Statham. I don't know why I'm saying Statham. But I prefer his black on black outfit though. I mean, it's something about that, all that black. All that black.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, at this time, the state may continue with
And it
its
still
direct
hadn't moved.
examination of Detective Carpenter. Let me know if you need the audio visual right away.
I will.
Okay. You want
Look, being an attorney, a fake
Should
attorney
be
is
coming
hard.
on.
That's some hard work. Because remember what his name say, basic duty.
Regarding the interview, we've been playing a couple snippets of the interview with Mr. Brooks from Exhibit 82 that took place on November 22nd of last year. I would now direct the juror's attention to 1 hour, 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Noted.
And I'd ask that be played till 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 2 seconds.
It's noted, but it's overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So what's your buddy's name? Can we get that? If we gotta talk to him to verify you're on the up and up and she's on some BS?
His name is Marcus.
Magic Marcus.
What's his last name?
I don't know his last name.
I don't know.
What's his phone number?
Oh.
467.
555.
Oh, wait, hope if I have my freaking
Yeah.
phone somewhere. 467.
777. 9311.
85. 31 or 30 or something like that.
867.
Yes, sir.
And he lives in Milwaukee.
5309.
Yes, sir.
And you guys came out here together.
Yes.
Okay, so he has.
Well, like I said, Stephanie was. She's a older mixed lady, so she's not. You know, she.
Who do you know in Waukesha other than her?
Because you know, Stephanie, imaginary Stephanie being an older mixed lady, that was pertinent information for this story. She's an older mixed lady.
I know a guy named Terrion.
Terrion.
I met
Terrion live.
I don't know where he lives now. I've been knowing him for maybe 5-6 years.
5-6 years.
I just know he stays in Waukesha. He comes down to Milwaukee a lot, and then he comes back up here. I don't.
Terrion.
Like 34, 35.
34.
Maybe.
I
know a lot of females.
Oh, a lot of females.
Well, how many times have you been to Terrion's house?
Once in like 2018.
You remember?
It was like an apartment. It wasn't a house though.
Apartment?
Yeah.
Do you remember what was near it?
I think it was like right on the main street.
The main street.
The main street. There's a lot of
Like
streets. Like is
whatever
it near
street
downtown.
What would be considered downtown?
Where all the bars and restaurants and
It-
Like a
shops are.
business district. Is Stephanie's place near downtown? There's a bunch of bars and a business district right near there.
The only thing I can remember is a gas station, like a kitty quarter gas station. I think this street is like a one-way. Whatever street is right here is
The
like
one
a
that you
one-way.
went down.
And
Yeah.
it's a gas station like right here.
Remember what kind of gas station? The Global Speedway Quick Trip hometown.
Not a Quick Trip.
Mm-hmm.
Not a Speedway. Like the blue and white one.
Oh, thank you, Lady
Any
Team.
schools or parks nearby our house? Something like that? Anything you remember like that? Trails?
I know I know that park.
That
I
part.
know that park
Mm-hmm.
is by old girl's house.
Old girl.
Whose house? Stephanie?
Yeah.
Yeah, Stephanie.
I don't know the name of the park, but it has like a little creek or something. It was something going on out there yesterday.
Something was
to
going
where a
on.
lot of shit was blocked off.
A lot of shit was blocked off.
I don't like I said, I don't know about Waukesha. I don't know. But
Come on.
it seemed like everybody was at that park kind of walking around that creek.
Woo, look at that.
Like a playground type park or like a
like a park. It seemed like a little creek or something. Well, I don't know if you would say a creek. What would that be? But
river?
Would that be a river?
Maybe
Some
a
sort of
river.
river? Well, I know it's just a small body of water. It's like, how would I describe it?
A small body of water.
No, I looked at like in that area. In that area.
Oh, look
looked
at that
like
arm.
a bunch of shit was like blocked.
Yeah.
You couldn't go down certain streets or some shit. I don't know, but that park is close to the old girl's house where that's why I said, look, when our friend was like, you know, your baby mama trying to get in touch with you.
Oh, here we go with this.
And I'm like, yeah, what's up? What's she telling you? What's going on? And she was just like, well, she said she got some money for you.
Oh.
And I was like, why would she tell somebody else? That's what I started thinking at first. Like, that's like, why is you think? Because she'll tell me the same thing. Don't tell people our business. So then when she put us in, when she merged us in, you out here, you out here, you out here. I'm like, man, yeah, but I'm like, what's up? Like, you got, yeah, okay, cool. You gonna No, not staying out here like that. I'm watching the game and I'm gone.
I'm gone.
So she tell you where to meet, or you tell her where?
She told me where to meet. I told her, I said, it's a gas station right here.
Just so happened.
She was like, is it a park right there? I'm like, I don't know. Is it a park right here?
Just
like,
so
yeah,
happened.
it's a park right down here, blah, blah, blah.
Look at
I'm
God.
like, well, just meet me over there. I'll get the money from you, give you a hug, give you a kiss, and, you know, I'll call you later or whatever. It wasn't supposed to be us hanging out, spending time together. It wasn't that. It wasn't supposed to be that. She got mad because I didn't want to do that.
Oh.
That's why I kind of figured, but like I said, I didn't see her drink. I'm not going to sit here and say I saw her drink. I'm not going to lie on her. I didn't. But when she started acting like, yeah, you finna, that's when I kind of was like, she probably been drinking. She probably haven't just stopped drinking, but you was drinking sometime today. I know you was drinking sometime today. I didn't tell her that.
Oh.
I said, yeah, because she's acting too, you know what I mean?
No.
Oh, you just finna get, oh, you just think you finna get the money and leave. And you must got some bitch waiting on you and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, see, this is why. This is why I just should have just watched the game and laughed, dude. Like,
all right. So
the fuck, man.
So you came out. How did you get out here?
Damn, Erica.
My friend.
Your friend?
What type of car does he drive?
Oh, come on. Come on.
It's like a Kia.
Come on, like a
type of
Kia.
car. I don't know if it's a Kia, but it's a small four-door car like that, in that type of model.
What color is it?
Like tan.
Like tan.
And was it just the two of you that rolled out together? Did anyone roll out from Milwaukee?
No, it was just us two.
Two of us.
He said,
See, look, this shows you that the gears is moving slow in his head. Just the things that he's saying to try and make this story work. It's ridiculous.
"This probably was gonna be some chicks over here."
Hey, Jeff.
You know, like I said, the Stephanie girl is an older woman.
Because that's pertinent to the story.
She, you know, likes to party, drink, you know, watch the game. She cooks.
Sure.
Cool, fuck it, let's watch the game. Shit, I was only gonna probably go to my mom's house and watch the game there, and my mom has to go to work.
Oh.
So I was just gonna be.
So he's gonna sneak in the house while the mama was at work. He's gonna sneak in the house, you know, so he can use the heat and look at TV. And then, you know, right before the mom come home, he has to go scurry back outside to the car.
And you're like, dude, fuck it, might as well go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Did he offer to drive?
And at
You
the
had
same
your-
time,
sorry.
cool, I can get the money, you know, that she been holding for me.
Yeah. Did he offer to drive? What, I mean, do you have your own car? Did he offer to
No,
drive?
I don't.
How did you guys come
I
up?
don't own a vehicle.
I don't own a vehicle.
Do you have any car you can drive at all?
No.
No.
I have license.
That's a lie.
I do have license.
Lie.
No, no vehicle.
No
Or use
vehicle.
your niece's nephew's mom's car or anything like that.
My nephew doesn't have a vehicle. My niece is
Vehicle.
14.
What about your mom?
My mom doesn't even know how to drive.
She doesn't have a car, doesn't know how to drive?
She doesn't know how to drive.
How in the hell did she able to get a vehicle and she don't know how to drive? So she didn't have a driver's license. So how did she get the car off of the lot with no driver's license? If she can't drive, that means she's never taken the test to get licensed. So how did she get a car? I'm confused again.
She never learned.
Okay.
She never learned
Did
how
she
to
have a car that
drive.
she lets you use at all?
No.
Did she have a car at all? Maybe that not that she lets you use. Did she have a car in her name at all?
I think she did at one point.
Yeah, she did. She
Does
did.
she right now?
Not that I know of.
Yeah. Because
I'm
you
not going to say no because I don't know.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know.
See, I honestly don't know how badly damaged that my Ratmobile is. So, you know, I don't know right now how bad it is.
Me and my mom just.
I'm sneaking back in the house.
Kind of having family issues for a while, so we didn't talk for a while. Issues that didn't have nothing to do with this. It was between
The issues that you tried to kill her grandson, your only sister's only child, that you tried to kill him. That could be the reason why.
me and her. So we started back talking when I was in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever she had going on when I was on the West Coast, coming back to Milwaukee, I don't know. But I can tell you this. My mom is 60-some years old. She's never drove. She doesn't know how to drive. She doesn't even have a license.
How did she get a car then? How? I need someone to tell me how she got a car with no license. Can't drive, never got a license. How? How? They want you to drop your license off as soon as you hit the door. License, you got some money. How did she come? How? You can't drive out the lot without a license and insurance.
She catches the bus to work.
Look at this trash.
Which I don't like her doing because Milwaukee. She has to go. She works at Freighter. So she has to go. The way her bus route goes, she has to go way until like 92nd. Then somewhere she told me they don't even have a bus depot thing. Mm-hmm. So it's getting cold as shit and it's dark out there and she's just standing out there. And I was just like, damn, I don't want.
Yeah, because I can't
I'm
take
like,
her.
you're probably gonna have to change your route to catch the bus from downtown Milwaukee.
Or I can get my lazy ass out the bed and take you to work.
Because I don't like her. Sure. Yeah, I don't like her doing that.
She just argued a little bit, and then you're saying you walked away yesterday.
Yeah, I just told her. I'm not finna freaking. It was people out there. They would tell you, I did not put my hands on this woman.
Well, look at
I
that
did
arm.
not push this woman. I did not choke this woman.
People
I did
as
not
like-
kick this woman. I did not grab this woman. I did
Mhm.
not do anything to this woman.
People out there,
Lie.
like, just regular old civilians.
Just regular
or, like,
civilians. Just
People
regular,
that know you.
regular civilians.
Did you meet her by yourself?
I met her by myself.
No one from the house went with you?
No one. And there was people walking up and down the street. Like I said, it was people out. Because it
People
was
was out.
daytime. So it wasn't like we was just in some secluded area where it was just me and her. It was people out there, and
But anybody that knows you or knows
nobody
her?
that knows me. Nobody
Mhm.
that knows me. I don't know if it was anybody around that knows her, but I know people were walking up and down the street.
Boy, look at that
People were
arm.
walking around that park.
Sure.
It was
Mm.
like basically we were out in public. Like if we was out in public, if something would have happened, people would, yo, what the hell? Like, where was we gonna go to not be seen?
All right.
You
So
fucking up your
I
own
might have missed this.
case.
You touched on it. You were at the gas station or the park? I know the park's nearby.
Running your
You met her
mouth.
at
No, I'm saying the gas
station.
station. No, I met her at the park. The gas station was by the area
Oh,
that we were in. The gas station is by that park.
oh, the gas station.
Yeah,
by
I'm
the
just
park.
clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which car were you in when you met her at the?
I didn't meet her in the car. I walked right over there.
I walked
I
over
walked
there.
right over there to the park, and she was
Mhm.
standing like right wherever this entrance to this park is. Like I said, it was people everywhere. So,
Yeah.
So that basically was the I forgot what I was about to say. Never mind.
anybody would see us standing out there. She was standing right there waiting for me. I walked up, gave her a hug.
Oh.
I was like, and she was just like, well, my friend has my purse, so I don't have the money and all this. I'm like, so you had me come way out here?
Like a power play or something?
That's basically was like, yeah. Yeah. You know, you basically, you see how fast you caught on to that.
Boy, look at that arm.
You had me come way out here. You know, I ain't even supposed to be around you like that. You had me come way out here to meet you. For you to try to play and shit like this. I said, no, man, I'm gone.
I'm gone.
Out.
It was daylight when you met up with her. Was it still daylight pretty much when you walked away from her?
Yeah, it was daylight the whole. This was broad daylight.
Ooh, look at that arm.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people outside, everything going on.
Ooh,
People
full
walking around
range
this
of
park.
motion.
I'm like, anybody would have saw us talking. Anybody would have saw if anything happened. Anybody would have saw if I did something to her, she did something to me, if I ran from the scene, if I did this, anybody would have seen it.
He dumb,
Do you know how she got out here to meet you out here? She didn't say?
She's apparently been staying out here.
Okay. So
this is what she told our mutual
Just so
friend.
happened.
I don't know if that's true.
Just so
I've been talking to her and haven't seen her in like almost a month.
That's fine.
So I don't know.
You said you don't know where your phone is. We're talking your cell phone, right?
Yeah.
You're not sure. Did you leave it? Do you keep that with you? Is that your phone that you have with you all the time? Because you seem, I don't know where it is. I don't have it. You seem confused. It's missing. Is that something? you
Yeah.
take with you?
Well. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you go somewhere, do you take your phone?
Absolutely. My mom just got me that phone. It's my first ever iPhone.
Okay.
You heard the amount of pride he had in his voice. My mom just got me that phone. That was my first ever iPhone. Oh, he was so excited to say that. It's like his whole being just perked up when he heard that. My mama got me this phone. My first iPhone.
I don't know if she was using it first kind of thing, but she was just like, I got a surprise for you. No, I never had an iPhone.
No.
Hopefully we'll find it for you. And that's the number with the 610, if I had to call you after today, the 610, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's why I was asking him. I said, man, when I told them, I said, look, y'all reaching for my ID.
Look, he doing tricks.
That's why I said, how can y'all not find my flip-flops or my phone?
Look at him.
I had on some Green Bay Packer flip-flops because it was game day.
Boy, that shoulder is working. That shoulder is working.
And we did stop at 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 2 seconds. Sir,
waffling.
With regard to this clip, you asked the defendant about his phone, correct?
Yes, I did.
Did you know where his phone was when you asked him if he lost it?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The phone was found inside the vehicle, so he didn't have it with him when he was
What vehicle?
taken into custody. The red Ford
Objection,
Escape.
leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I'm sorry, the red Ford Escape.
And in whose name was that car registered?
Dawn Woods.
And what relationship is Dawn Woods to the defendant?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
She is his mother.
I'm sure she want to take that back.
Did you question your question about the phones? What significance, if any, did that have to you? Or why did you ask him about the phone? Strike the initial question. Why did you ask Mr. Brooks about the phone?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
One, to verify his contact information, but two, one, if we were to find the phone, it would help us know whether it is his. And if we were able to find a phone and we know it's his, knowing the phone number, including make and things of that nature, can help be used in location services at a later time to further verify that the suspect was, Mr. Brooks, was in Waukesha at the time when these incidents occurred.
And again, at the time that you asked these questions, did you
Look
know
at
that
him.
the phone had been located in the car, or you did not have that information
Just
at this
shuffling the
time?
same 5 pieces of paper.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What information at the time that you asked Mr. Brooks about the phone did you have about it?
Objection to the name.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Very little. At that point, I don't recall if I knew that the phone was inside of his mother's vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Now directing
Carpet's
you
resting
to
bitch face.
the mark of 1 hour, 19 minutes, and 20 seconds.
I love resting bitch face.
To 1 hour, 38 minutes, and 30 seconds. Let's play that portion of the interview.
Look at him. Just shuffling them back and forth. The same 5 pieces of paper. Back and forth. Look at him. Left to right. Oh, yep. Left to right. Yes, yes. Zoop. Zoop.
That she drinks.
So after you talked to her, Darrell, where did you go? Do you have they found it was cold yesterday. You didn't have a jacket. Did you have a jacket with you?
I didn't initially have a jacket because, like I said, I was riding with somebody else.
I did.
So I figured.
So you didn't bring one in anticipation of the cold?
I didn't because I figured I'm going from the house right to
your car.
We're going. So I didn't.
Right.
It wasn't. To me, it wasn't like I'm finna hang out with y'all all night type of deal.
Because I ain't got no gas.
We were supposed to be watching the game, having a few cold ones.
Cold ones.
And then I was getting dropped back off home.
So what happened, Darrell, where you ended up? So I know you say you're not familiar with the area.
At all.
I'll lay this out for you. Follow me for a minute. You say you're kind of near this park. I got an idea in my head of where you're talking, based on my knowledge of the city. It's right near Stephanie's where you're hanging around watching the game and Marcus is there.
So ironic.
You came out here with your phone because you take it with you. How did you end up at this guy's house? Now you said when you walked away from Erica, did she go the other way?
I don't.
You walked away.
From what I remember, she just stood there.
Okay,
she was just standing there like.
So she was standing there like the intro to Dawson's Creek. That's what I was thinking of earlier. The intro to Dawson's Creek. And the little song went.
Like,
right.
well,
So you walked away and it was over.
It was over.
It was over. How did you end up at a guy's house asking to use his phone, which is blocks away from Stephanie's?
Blocks
I can tell you that
away.
based on my knowledge of the city, based on approximately where you're telling me it is,
Mm-hmm.
without your phone in your shoes.
With your phone in
You
your
understand
shoes.
where that's kind of weird? How did you get to be over there?
Hello.
Yeah, what basically happened with that was
What happened
I got
was-
back over here by old girl house.
Old girl.
Because I don't really know Stephanie like that. It's my friend's friend. Or
Always imaginary people.
whatever the case may be.
All these imaginary people got roles in this story.
They was getting into it about pretty much the same thing that I was getting into it with Erica about.
So Marcus was a child toucher, and Marcus tried to run over Stephanie and then try to get Stephanie to not prosecute him. And you want money from, what's her name? Marcus want money from Stephanie. If this is the exact same thing, huh? They argue about the same thing, that she was holding money from me when I have a protection order where we can't be in communication with each other. Please.
I was just like him, Marcus,
Marcus,
him, her, and whoever else, Stephanie.
Imaginary people.
Yeah, at her house, yeah.
All
Girls there I didn't
imaginary
know.
people.
But they had already said it was gonna be people over here.
People was over there too.
All right, so
I was pissed because I feel like I just met up with her, with my baby's mama. I just met up with her for absolutely nothing. You tell me, okay, you out here in Waukesha, I'm out here, let's meet up. I got your money, and then I walk over here.
How did they know that each other were in Waukesha? How did they know? Like I said, he hadn't worked out the details of this story.
And you don't have the money, or you do, or you don't. You just ain't gonna give it to me, however the case may be. So I'm just like, okay, whatever.
Well, hold on.
So when I get back,
you're pissed, but
when I get back over there, I'm pissed. Okay. They was getting into it, and he like, man, come on, bro, we just finna go.
We finna go.
And I'm like,
we finna
what
go.
The fuck going on? Like, I just got into it with it. Now y'all into it. He like, man, this bitch tripping. Whatever, let's go. I'm
let's
like,
go.
Nah.
No.
No. I'm like, I'm out, dog.
I'm out, dog.
Marcus wanted to leave.
He wanted to leave, but I don't know what the fuck he was on. He probably didn't even get into it with old girl, but he out there like, man, let's just go, bro. Let's just go, bro.
How long have you known Marcus?
I know Marcus for years.
Marcus for years. But don't know his last name. For years.
I'm gonna be straight with you, because you've been asking me for that all along.
Come on.
That doesn't make sense.
At all.
Okay? Just listen to me. You go to this house. You leave. That wind was cold as hell.
Oh.
Well,
thank you, Jeff.
by the
That's
time
so sweet
it
of
was
you.
getting later in the day, I mean, after the Packer game, you're talking 3:30, 4 o'clock, it was getting cold. I was outside for a while.
Yeah, it was about like
so.
3:30, yeah.
By the time you're talking, it was getting cold. All right. Marcus is ready to leave.
He ready.
This bitch being crazy. He's like, I'm out.
And this is your ride. Marcus, is your ride. You rolled there with Marcus on the magic carpet. And how you gonna get back home? If you and Marcus split up, we didn't think about this story, did we?
You just went through the same experience from what you're telling us.
Right.
You live in Milwaukee.
I don't know what exactly happened with him, though.
I mean, I told you about me.
But you said it was the same thing, though.
I know you don't know exactly what happened. But who are you going to trust more? Marcus, who you've known for years, or Stephanie? Why would you walk away?
Why?
Walk all the way down to where you did.
Why?
Leave your phone in the apartment, apparently.
Why?
Go with your sandals and go down to where you were and not take the ride back to Milwaukee.
Why? Ask why.
Can you understand?
I don't know if he left the way back to Milwaukee, though. I don't know if he did that.
Well, how are you going to get back if you don't get in the car?
Hello.
I called an Uber.
Call the Uber.
That's what I did.
So what happened? How did you get all the way to where you went? Because there's all these businesses in between where you were and where you got to.
Aladdin's
How did
magic
you end up
carpet.
at a random house without your shoes and your phone, Darrell?
This is what I'm saying.
Aladdin.
I had my flip-flops on.
Aladdin's
I had 'em.
carpet.
Okay.
I just said that.
Where did they go?
I don't know.
They
That's what I'm saying. I
disappeared.
don't know if when they slammed me down, they just never. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm knocked on 2 doors, not just the one.
So you had your flip-flops.
I had my Green Bay Packer flip-flops on. Yes.
Green Bay Packer. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't just walking around with no shoes.
And you may as well.
That didn't happen until after the fact.
After the fact.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
So I guess another question I would have for you is if you had your phone too, correct?
yeah,
Okay, you didn't leave it at the apartment.
no. That's why I was telling you it should have been on the grass. Remember, I described the phone to you. I said it's black. It has a cracked screen.
Yep. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Why are you asking other people to use their phones? Why is that guy letting
My
you-
phone was dead.
My phone
Okay.
was dead.
When did it die?
I have no idea.
So
And
convenient.
I didn't have a charger.
But you used it for the 3-way call.
And I used his phone for the 3-way call.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, we got a mutual friend named Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Erica do.
You and Erica do.
I've known Michelle just as long as I've known Erica.
So
She
somehow.
was the one that was telling me what's going on with you and your baby mama. Y'all not talking because she's trying to get in touch with you.
So that means you have. So Erica can't get in touch with you, but Michelle can. So Michelle always has some sort of button or something that she can reach you, or I'm not understanding this story.
I said, yeah, I know she probably trying to get in touch with me. Well, I'm gonna merge y'all. That's how I end up talking to her and telling her I'll walk over and meet you or whatever.
And we happen to be in the same area.
I had my flip flops on then. I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't just because the ways he was making it seem like I was just running around with no shoes to begin with.
Oh, okay.
Like, no.
I mean, it was pretty cold. You didn't have a jacket or sweater.
Well, I didn't have a jacket to
The
begin
back
with.
phone, yes.
I didn't have a jacket to begin with, but I'm saying my shoes, I had flip flops.
I had flip flops on.
I never had a jacket. I had flip flops. Green Bay Packer flip flops. Right, because I didn't feel like I was gonna be like I'm not gonna be outside. Well, I'm thinking I'm not gonna be outside. If I'm just going from a car to a house, there's no reason for me to have a coat on, or at least that's how I'm thinking. I always do that. That's just like if I had a car and I know I'm finna go somewhere and I'm like, I'm just going from here to here. Well, there's no reason for me to just get all bundled up and do all this and that.
No, don't wear a coat.
There's no reason.
Were there still a bunch of people out when you left? When you left her
It
house?
was still daytime.
Okay,
It was
so
still
there were a bunch
daytime.
of people when you were talking to
You
Erica.
fucking
There
get
was
stuff
still a bunch of
up.
people when you left Stephanie's.
When I was I wasn't talking.
Huh? Come on.
When you left
Wait a minute.
Stephanie's,
You get
It was
confused.
still daytime.
it was still daytime?
Yes.
Okay. Were there still a lot of people out?
It was
Kinda like
still
there were-
still people out.
Okay.
It was still people out. Not a lot in that area. By the park, it was a lot of people
A
out. Like
lot.
I said, it looked like something was, I don't know what the hell.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of people out. And it was, like I said, it was people, it was older couples walking down the street. It was younger people walking down the street.
It
People
looked like an event or something was going on?
I don't know, but it kind of seemed like it was a lot, like it was something going on to where it was vibrant. Because it was a lot of people
look at
everywhere.
him.
Walking up and down the street.
Everywhere. It's people. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I got into a fight with her right there, it would be impossible for somebody to not be like, hey, this guy's fighting this chick or
Just fucking
whatever the case may
yourself
be.
up.
Like, how could somebody not see something?
How long was it between leaving Stephanie's and those cops yelling at you at the door of that guy's house?
Was it dark when they yelled at you?
Yeah, by the time they came, it was dark.
Okay.
But we had been sitting out there. We had been sitting out there for a minute, me and the guy. We was sitting right there on the porch. We was just sitting there.
To find how long?
Uh,
Estimate.
Come on. Get your timeline straight. Oh, come on. I can't
Maybe
say it this
almost,
thing.
maybe 20, 30 minutes, maybe. Okay. It wasn't long, but it was
Yeah, it was
long
long enough.
But like,
I went
like
at the
said,
parade. Yeah.
he let me use his phone. We sat on the porch. We were sitting right there, just like this, just sitting on the porch. While I called me an Uber. I called the Uber. I said, look, man, I let him know. I said, look, I ain't trying to rob you or nothing like that. Because when I knocked on the door, he kind of was like, whoa. I'm like, look, I don't got no weapons.
I mean,
I'm not
you had
trying
on
to
a
break in
thug
your house. I'm not trying to
uniform.
rob you. Nothing like that, dog. I just need to call an Uber. That's it. I'm not, he was just like, okay, I'll come out. Boom. Yo, I need an Uber to, what's your address? He told me the address.
Boy, that arm is
And
working.
we was just sitting there waiting. That's how I was going to get back home. I told him, I said, I got the money on my card. I'm not asking you for no money. I just need to use your phone. That's it. That was it. That was all. And then from there, we sat on the porch and just shot the shit out.
I'm saying, you told me last night he was cool with that. Like, he wasn't,
Yeah,
he wasn't being weird. He was just like, oh yeah, I'll help you out.
Yeah, we just sat there on the porch. And he did ask me, he said, do you need a jacket? I said, no, I'm straight. Like, I'll be home as soon as the Uber come. I know it's probably going to cost me probably like $40 to get from me. I'm guessing. I don't know, but probably, but I had enough on my card to where I knew I can get home.
But you didn't know how much you needed to get
That
home.
was the main thing. I'm like, I'm just going home. She can keep the money or whatever.
Well, she didn't have the money.
Try to contact her further. I just was like, I'm gone.
I'm gone.
I'm going home.
Going home.
Let me ask you this, Darrell. So you weren't out in Waukesha Saturday, just Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. Nothing physical yesterday. Like I told you, you're a part in the investigation. There's a lot of parts, right?
Lots of parts.
Investigation.
We talk. Well, this domestic abuse thing I'm telling you about, right?
Okay.
So wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me go.
I'm sorry.
So you
listen. You talked about being a religious man, right?
I can do better. I can definitely do better.
We all could.
I'm not.
We all could.
No,
That's why.
Yesterday was a mistake. I should have just freaking watched the game and just fucking went home.
Right.
Yeah, yesterday was a mistake.
And that's the thing. What do they teach us in Christianity? Darrell, that they teach us that we're broken, right? We're sinners. Even when we're born sinners. We're broken. That's why
Psalm 51,
we're so
17.
thankful for God's grace and forgiveness, right? When we ask for it, even though we don't deserve it. But when we ask for it, he gives it. All right? You're a father. You got 3 children, 18, 14, and 7?
Yes, sir.
All right, you got a mama that raised you well.
Lies.
A God you believe in.
Lies.
And all of them are, here's the thing they'll all want, is to tell that you're telling the absolute whole truth and nothing but the truth, right?
Lies.
So right? Sound familiar? We've all heard that, right? And I just have concerns if I fact check that Darrell's not telling me the truth.
Uh-oh.
You don't have a car, so Marcus had to bring you out.
On the magic
You don't
car.
own a car, your mom doesn't own a car, right? So Marcus had to bring you out. So why did we find you with a car key in your pocket?
Oh.
It wasn't in my pocket. I don't even know where they said that was laying on the ground.
Oh, they got
it's yours.
Yeah. Yeah, I
should have been by my ID.
Yeah, it's yours. It's your car key, okay? Because it goes to a Ford Escape in your mom's name and covered in Waukesha. Okay. Listen, Darrell.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to be as open and honest with you as I can be. You know, I'm Christian too, and believe me, I'm not perfect. And neither are you. And I'm not calling you a terrible man.
I am.
I'm not saying you were out yesterday hunting, and just let me finish. But you did not walk to that house. You did not walk to that house. You did not come here in a Tankia. You didn't.
Nope.
And who?
You did not come out here in a
Look, he couldn't even remember that he lied.
Okay. You got a key in your pocket to a car, your mom's name. Okay? And that key works for that car. For the love of God, Marcus,
He called him
For
Marcus.
yourself, for your family. You know what happened yesterday for the people. Tell me what happened.
Well, what?
With
Not
the car.
shit.
What am I being
With your
investigated
mom's
for?
car. You were driving goofy, people called in, you drove out of there in your mom's car, the red car.
I'm not
You're
time my
driving a little
shoulder
silly,
to
not because
hurt.
you're pissed. You met up with Erica in the car at the park. Now, initially, I believe you told us the gas station, do I have that right? And then you changed it to the park. So that's an
No, I said
No,
the
bitch.
house was by the gas.
No, you said no. You said the gas station first.
You said what was
You
by?
said you went
landmark.
and it was by a gas station, that's where you met her.
No. I said I
No.
met her at the park.
Okay.
At a
Well,
creek.
you met her,
Get your
you met her
lies
at the
straight.
park in your mom's car.
Get them lies
A red Ford
straight.
Escape. She got in, you talked, and what you're telling me seems pretty consistent, that there was nothing physical between the two of you.
No, I didn't.
Lies.
But you met her in the car.
I didn't put my hands on her.
But you met her in the car.
Oh, lies.
Tim, what's going on?
Oh, I'm scared.
Asking you a question.
Just be.
You were out there
Just tell
driving
me
kind
what's
of
going
crazy.
on.
Some people said you were driving kind of crazy. We got reports of it.
My shoulder gonna hurt now.
You got the car. Did you take the car or did your mom give you the car? I know you know what car I'm talking about.
I just want to know. So
Some people
Now,
reported,
listen,
you had all those
okay,
people
no,
out
no,
there,
no,
and they
no, no.
reported that car driving a bit erratic.
I know what you're saying. All I'm saying is this. We all been straight up with each other.
No.
You knew it was more to what you was asking me yesterday.
Didn't know
That
for
would
sure.
explain the FBI and all that, right?
Oh, you putting it together, huh?
They're not here today. So if it's that big a deal, you don't see them here today.
Come on, Kurt. Hey,
We friends.
You guys met in the car in the park.
we been cool, man, the whole time. If I did something wrong,
That's why they were
serious-
here. But do you see them here today? They're not here today.
Yeah, but y'all lied to me, man.
But I
You
lied
made
to
it
you.
seem like they just come for no reason.
I
Here's
lied
the
to
thing,
you
Darrell.
too.
And I'm like, what
And
if it's
Listen to
today?
me for a minute.
I apologize.
I can give you a clean slate
I
here.
apologize.
Because you have lied to us as well. Because you came out here in the red Ford Escape. Okay, that is what you came out here in. You had the key. Right? So what I want to do is try to give us all a chance to reset. You understand what I'm saying? Start over. Because you're not giving us an accurate story.
At
You
all.
didn't ride out with Marcus in a tan car. You said your mom doesn't have a car. I've just told you we've disproven that. All
For the
right?
record.
I don't know what kind of woman she is. I don't know what y'all been through. But you were seen in the car driving kind of acting a fool. Okay? In basically the same area that you've already been able to describe to me. I'm just trying to figure out how and why it happened. What made you tear out of there? What made you so mad where you're like, fuck it, and you raced on out of there? And then people go, man, this guy's, he's driving around here kind of fast.
All I want to know,
Oh, come on.
like I said,
Mm-hmm.
y'all been cool with me.
Mm-hmm. You lied to me,
I'm
man.
not charged with anything. That's all I want to know. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Right now,
Listen.
Listen.
You were driving a bit
So,
reckless.
listen,
Might
I
be an
was
OWI.
so- listen.
Come on. Get your lies straight.
No, I don't drink.
You said you had a couple cold ones during the game.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying the hard alcohol is not my thing. I was hot, drunk. When you get the
We got to skip
the video
that
stopped at
Erica.
1
The Erica
hour,
Patterson
38 minutes, 30
gaslight.
seconds. Detective, can you explain what was occurring here during this clip?
Oh.
The objection's noted. It's overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
So in this clip here, my goal and intentions were with Mr. Brooks to start getting into the details of him driving the red Ford Escape through the parade route, and to begin confronting him with information about the Ford Escape key that had been found in his pocket. Obviously, to this point, Mr. Brooks had told us his mother didn't have a vehicle that she let him use. He didn't know if she had one at all. The vehicle was in his name.
So is it his name?
I'm sorry, in his mother's name, Mrs. Woods, Dawn Woods. It stated he didn't have a vehicle at all.
Objection, lady.
The previous objection, it's noted, it's overruled. The witness may continue.
He had made statements earlier in the interview he didn't have a vehicle at all, that he had ridden out in the Kia, which is not true. The investigation showed Mr. Brooks came out here in the red Ford Escape by himself. So he was in fact in possession of a vehicle. He was in fact driving a vehicle. In regards to the area, you know, it should be known that Mr. Brooks's description of the park, Frame Park is the park where parade I should say people in the parade, wherever they might have been, lined up. They're lining up at Frame Park. Frame Park is a park that has a body of water, as Mr. Brooks described, more specifically the Fox River running through it. So he was able to describe that park. There were people everywhere walking up and down the street, just as he said. Streets were closed off via barricades, via marked squad cars, via police tape. So he was able to describe that, and the way he described the area was exactly almost how the area looked with the parade. It was extremely crowded due to the people marching in the parade. It was in fact shown to be daylight when Mr. Brooks met with Miss Patterson and then departed from Miss Patterson. That is something we learned, and I was able to confirm that based on how he described it. And you know, furthermore, you know, he describes and he gives the impression, Mr. Brooks does, that, well, if I was in a domestic, someone would have seen it. Someone would have seen it because there were all the people there, and there were, but it's not necessarily going to be seen as easily as Mr. Brooks was trying to lead me to believe, because it took place inside of the vehicle. Mr. Brooks did not walk to the park to meet Miss Patterson. That was proven as evidence in this investigation.
Objection.
He drove there and met up with her in Dawn Woods' red Ford Escape, which is the same vehicle after departing the park, drove along Main Street and Waukesha through the parade route.
The key found in the defendant's pocket, did that operate the red Ford Escape that was eventually located, that was registered to Dawn Woods?
Objection. That's been answered numerous times.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
He got his
There's
boogie
never
boogie
any
dice.
depiction of a key being found in the defendant's pocket.
What?
The objection is noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it did. And, you know, as we discussed the key more, you can even hear in there that Mr. Brooks acknowledges it should have been near his ID.
And was his ID also found in his pocket? Do you know?
Yes, it was.
Please wait till I rule on the objection. Sustained as to the form of the question. I'll strike the last answer. Please rephrase.
Where was that his ID found?
In his pocket.
And the information you had, where was the key found?
Objection, lady.
Overruled.
Objections. Hearsay.
Come on. Go down the list.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The key was found in his pocket.
Yeah, I do. You know that.
Now, you also talked, Mr. Brooks, about his phone. Where did he say his phone was?
According to Mr. Brooks, at this point, the phone should have been near him. I believe he said in the grass.
Mm-hmm.
And what did you take that to mean? It should have been near him in the grass.
Objection. That was never stated.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
I would interpret it as right next to him where he was arrested.
Okay, that's what it's just where he was arrested.
Yes.
Objection leading.
Overruled, the answer may be given.
Yes.
After the defendant met with Erica Patterson, what did he describe his emotion as being?
Bitch made.
Angry, frustrated over the fact that Ms. Patterson brought him to the park and did not have the money to provide him that she indicated to him prior to that she would have.
Where did he say his flip-flops were?
Objection. Answer.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Well, when he indicated that he departed Stephanie's house, they were on his feet. However, during the course of his arrest, he indicates he doesn't know where they went. So somehow, apparently, they, I guess, according to Mr. Brooks, disappeared.
Now, the clothes that the defendant's wearing in this video, specifically the red shirt, was that a shirt that was provided to him by law enforcement?
Objection. Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, ma'am, that's the same shirt he was wearing at the time of his arrest.
Did he indicate to you during this interview whether or not he had a coat?
Objection. So on the video.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Shit stay.
Mr. Brooks indicated that he did not.
And how long did he say he was on the porch with the homeowner whose house he was arrested at?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
When you got your sandwich.
I believe it was like 20 to 30 minutes.
The weather that evening, was that an appropriate shirt to be wearing for 20 to 30 minutes outside?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, it was not.
So now direct your attention to the video.
Basic
I'd like to play 1 hour, 40 minutes, 0 seconds to 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 30 seconds. If we may play that now. Go ahead.
Did not touch her.
Right, so what had you so mad? Because you had your mom's car.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you use it. Who uses it? You got the key in the car. Is it hers? Is it yours that she lets you use? Let's clean that part up. Whose car is it?
It's my mom's car.
Okay. How often do you drive it?
That's my house.
Not very much.
It's the red Ford Escape.
That's all I want to know.
Okay.
Please.
Hey, Vicky.
Just please.
Please.
Whatever you can't tell me, I understand. I understand. All I want to know, just so I can have a peace of mind, just for my girls, man. What am I looking
The girls you don't see.
Well, the fact you were kind of racing around up and down the street. That's the first part. Right? So, we're not quite there yet. I'm trying to figure out if I've got all my facts right first. So, this wasn't a three-way call. Let's back up to there for a second. How did you come to meet her in the park?
Come on. Oh, my story done fell
So
apart.
y'all can't tell me nothing.
I need a direction
Well,
to
you
go.
were driving.
And the video stopped at 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 30 seconds.
I need a direction. The
Sir,
story.
is this the first time in this interview that Mr. Brooks acknowledged knowing about the red Ford Escape?
Objection leading, and that was not stated.
The objection's noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Overruled.
Yes, that is the first time.
No. Again, Mr. Brooks is asking about the charges. Did you recall seeing that on this clip as well as the clip contained within 1 hour, 19 minutes and 20 seconds and 1 hour, 38 minutes and 30 seconds?
Objection, leading and compound question.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I recall that.
And again, what was the significance of that question in terms of timing of both clips?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Well, to that point, I'd been talking about the domestic abuse incident with Mr. Brooks, and I started talking to him about driving and just driving kind of fast. I had not noted to Mr. Brooks yet at that point that he had struck anybody. It seemed to me, based on Mr. Brooks's behavior, reasonable to believe that Mr. Brooks, it was clear to me he could remember something else happening. And I could sense what Mr. Brooks was attempting to do at that point was draw out of me more information. And again, as I stated in my earlier testimony,
Objection.
to gauge his truthfulness, I wanted to hear what he had to tell me about the incident before giving him too much specific detail. At this point, Mr. Brooks, for example, Miss Woods' vehicle, he indicated she did not own one. He had lied to me. There is the risk if I start giving him too much specific information, he's going to create a lie about what I gave him.
Objection.
And so on. So Mr. Brooks kept insisting to know the charges before talking to me, but
it's amazing. I guess I don't really have to say anything.
For the integrity of the investigation, that was something I couldn't and wouldn't provide him.
Direct your attention to 1 hour, 44 minutes, 30 seconds and playing until 1 hour, 45 minutes and 35 seconds. It is at 1 hour, 44 minutes, 30 seconds now. I'd ask that it be played. Go ahead.
Objection.
I want to tell you that, you're charged with X, Y, Z. If you didn't do X, Y, Z, we got to correct it. It's all fact.
I just feel like y'all know more than what y'all say, though.
I know you don't
that's
want to see
what,
the rest
that's
of
what
this.
has me like, why should I cooperate when there's no cooperation with me? Nothing I'm saying is going to help me.
I mean, like, it doesn't make sense to you that we're trying to gather the facts.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense,
Okay. It don't.
No, I'm just saying I don't want to get railroaded by people not being honest. That's all I'm saying. If I don't know what I'm looking at.
But you can lie to everybody, even to yourself, and that's okay. But everybody else needs to tell you the truth. But you can lie to everybody. Even the breath you breathe is a lie.
It's like, what the hell? Like, why should I just sit here and be like, oh, this is everything and blah, 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 blah. And then people come back and be like, okay, now so now we're going to charge you with this and this and this and this and this when y'all knew this from the door.
Well, we don't know that we're going to charge you. We're just, again, the fact is,
it's like,
we're asking the questions about.
Come on, you know how the criminal justice system works.
That's why we're.
What's going on here, sir?
You know how it works better than most people.
Oh, I'm sorry. For the record, it stopped at 1 hour, 45 minutes and 36 seconds.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
So at this point, Mr. Brooks is still continuing to try to determine what exactly, he's being charged with. And, another part of this investigation is it was so broad, I didn't know exactly what some of those charges even were going to be. I had an idea, but I didn't know exactly. And in reality, what we wanted to know at that point is where he drove, have him tell us where he drove and why he did it. But Mr. Brooks just was not willing to indicate that to us and explain that to us without us telling him what specific charges he was looking at. And this is a theme that continued over the next several hours.
Direct your attention to 1 hour, 49 minutes and 36 seconds.
Pace is right here.
Until 1 hour,
look at
54
him.
minutes and 30 seconds.
He doing that drama reading.
Starting at 1 hour, 49 minutes and 36 seconds.
Go ahead.
So your issue right now with us is you feel like you're We're not
I'm
sharing.
getting railroaded.
Okay.
I know I am. No, y'all not telling me what's really going on.
But we're not getting the full truth either.
I know, but and what I was saying was,
you didn't give that an issue. So when you left, you guys met in the car. You didn't walk there. She got in the
if
car.
I tell you everything that happened, and y'all gonna be straight up with me about what I'm facing. That's all I want to know.
Well,
I don't want to know
understand.
anything else. I don't need you guys to tell me, hey man, this is this, that is that, this is this. I just want to know.
So I don't know the entirety right now.
Just for the fact that, like I said, my girls.
That,
Yeah,
that she
so
don't
I
live
got-
with. They're in
I don't
different
know the
states.
entirety right now. So while I'm here, couple Erica, I'm not the only one working on it, so I don't know everything. I got a report to a boss, so I don't know exactly everything that's going to be yet. And that part's not a lie. I don't know exactly everything that's going to be yet.
Because the
I'm just trying to
DA
figure
got
out
to do it.
to get to that point where I can have a clear idea and call who I need to call to get some of the information to find that all out. I'm trying to get a clear idea of what really happened regarding you and her.
You telling
When you
lies.
drove away, where you were going. Or did you not know?
Telling lies.
You know what I'm saying? Because right now, I don't know everything.
Come on.
Wow.
Because I'm out here and they're out there.
So he's surprised that they
Oh, wow.
not believing it's BS.
Right, and I'm like, how long do I gotta sit in these? Where are we at?
Skigo.
How long do I gotta sit in these jails before I can call somebody?
Who you
Get a
gonna
phone
call?
Let my daughters know, hey man, I don't know what's going on, but it's good to hear your voice. Are y'all okay?
Yeah.
Your daughters have never heard your voice. They be like, Mommy, who is this weirdo freak on the phone? I don't know who this fool is.
We're trying to get to that point, Darrell,
But you keep lying.
the question I asked you when you left, where were you going? Did you know or did you not know? Were you just mad and you left? Where were you going when you initially drove off? That's easy. If you didn't know where the hell you were going, or you didn't have an idea, or you didn't have a particular destination in mind, so be it.
Come on.
We've been talking a couple hours. You want to sit and eat a minute?
I wish they had some Tylenol.
Oh, we're getting pain.
I've been trying to fight this pain, man,
Oh.
since
They might, I don't know.
they show.
I don't know how. Did you ask them?
Yes.
So they don't?
They just said they'll see. We'll see.
But
It
they
hurt
think,
worse
yeah,
now
we'll
than it
see
did
you.
yesterday or
You with us
last
for a
night.
millennium.
Yeah, it's going to be sore.
It's definitely sore.
There's no doubt about that.
Oh.
Take a break and see if
Oh,
you,
no.
round up some time over to me.
Yeah, we can see if we can. How about we see if we want me to see if I can find some?
I just remembered.
Let me see if I can find some.
It's so many things going through my mind right now. The pain,
You don't
lied, I
I didn't
told.
even know she called the word.
She didn't call.
Oh,
I
the
think
cops are.
Yeah, someone else did. I know you said you lost your phone, or you didn't
Yeah.
know where it went dead, and now you don't know where it is. If we find it, so we know it's yours, can get it back to you. I know you said it's cracked, but
No, well, the screen is cracked, but it has a I don't think it went all the way to the
what's
glass.
the code? So we know it's yours, and if we can try to return it.
It doesn't have a number code. It has, you have to
Can you draw it?
do it with that.
Can you draw it?
It's dead. It's not even gonna turn on.
Well, yeah, but we don't want to
We
give it to
can
somebody
charge
else.
it.
We don't want to give it to somebody else. It's like,
It's a 7.
Oh, 7
Typically,
The phone is dead. So
like
the
the brain.
I don't want somebody else to say, "Oh, that's my phone."
you
Now we're
want to
giving
try?
your property to somebody else.
wait a minute. So that sounds like y'all got my phone.
Ding, 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 ding,
I
ding.
didn't say we had it. I said if we find it.
It's a 7.
All right, so in that direction? Okay. All right, so this way down? Okay. No, I don't know if they have it now, but if we find it, you don't have it, so it, I would think you'd be in somewhere in the area of that house.
I'm gonna add more.
And the video
More
stopped at
strength
1
on
hour,
this. They
54
think I'm
minutes,
really in
30
pain.
seconds. Can you explain to the jury what just happened in this clip?
Overruled.
It's very bad theater.
So in this clip, there's a couple things. First, obviously, the conversation with Mr. Brooks at this point has gotten into the parade issue, the driving issue, which is a little bit more serious. I noted that for the first time in a long time, he began bringing up pain in his shoulder again, something he hadn't been doing for quite some time up to that point. It seemed and felt deceptive, as if it was perhaps a stalling tactic.
Objection.
The other issue became, in the context, was the phone. So the phone that we ultimately recovered from Mr. Brooks, one was an Apple iPhone. That is the code I was specifically requesting from Mr. Brooks at this point. We have forensic analysts who download electronic devices. Those could be DVR systems, computers, but most oftentimes in our technology today, they're cell phones. And when I provided that code to Detective David Fine, who does that type of work, he indicated that could not be the code, as the Apple iPhones did not have swipe codes. They should have had numeric or facial recognition.
Thank you. Directing you now to 2 hours, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and playing until 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 45 seconds. And it is starting at 2:02:30.
For me to look forward to, but it's like this woman, man,
Erica.
and I love her to death, man. I want her to be my wife, man, but I just wish somebody could tell her that. Like, I wish somebody could really tell her, like, man, this dude loves you, man. Why are you doing this to this guy, man?
Oh.
Literally wants to marry you.
But I won't stop beating you.
16 years, man, off and on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna go mess with nobody else, man. That's the person that I want to be with.
But you allegedly got a newborn baby, but you won't mess with nobody else. Okay.
But I'm not going to continue to be the scapegoat because you want to drink. And you know I don't. You making it seem like I just beat up on you. Like I'm just like you're a punching bag or something.
Yeah.
I don't wake up and be like, oh, bitch, I'm going to hit you.
Oh.
Like, what? It's like almost like I'm demonized here. Like,
I'm not saying you're a demon.
No, not you. Not y'all saying that. But it's just, I feel that way because
you're trying to.
Because you're guilty.
Trying to guess.
Oh.
I know you heard that. Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
Oh, that fucking hurt.
Sure.
I know you heard that.
I heard it. It's in check. We're gonna go check with them. Maybe they'll listen to us a little bit better. Want us to check?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, give us a minute.
See
what we got.
Dude, it gotta be something wrong, man. How in the hell is it?
Sometimes sprains will pop too.
Yeah, but why is it hurting like this and they say there's nothing?
Because sprains can actually be more painful than a break.
Oh, you.
Whatever they did, it hurt so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Want to keep the food? Why don't you keep the food and the soda and move back in a few minutes?
Oh, Lord. Oh, my arm. Oh, no. No, let me see what's happening. Let me see what they writing over here. Don't tell me what they writing. Yeah, look. Go to phone. See about getting my little homies. Oh, let me do it quiet. Do it real quiet. There's no cameras in here. Be real quiet. Okay. Just pick it up real soft. And she's like, I can't get a signal. Shit. Let me put the shit down. Oh Lord, they almost caught me. If I hide, they won't know. They don't think I'm in pain. I've been like this the whole time.
Yeah.
Do nothing wrong, officer, I promise.
I'll be right with you.
Oh.
And the clip ended at 2:05:45. Can you describe for the jury what you saw here?
Yes, ma'am. So,
Boy, look at him.
what I noted is that
Shark eyes.
Mr. Brooks initially, as we're in the room, continues to suggest that he's in severe pain.
Pain.
And once we're out of the room, there's no more groaning. There's no more grabbing of his shoulder.
Nope.
Rather, there's an interest in looking at the paperwork that's left behind and attempting to use the phone. As soon as that door opens, Mr. Brooks then suddenly places his face into his hands and is suddenly in despair again.
Okay, moving to
The
2 hours,
shade.
49 minutes, 0 seconds, and playing till 2 hours, 50 minutes, 40 seconds.
The shade of it all.
And we are at now 2 hours, 49 minutes, 0 seconds.
Here come lies.
So this is one thing between me and you, man.
Come on. Marcus.
What if it wasn't me driving?
It was Marcus driving.
What if it wasn't you? What if it was my mom's truck? Mm-hmm. But I wasn't driving.
But I wasn't driving.
Mm-hmm. What if it was you? What if it wasn't me?
What if it wasn't me?
Who else would it be? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
Not
lie.
asking you who else would it be.
Right, I'm
but
trying to
just
figure it
asking.
out. Mm-hmm.
What if I knew?
It's Marcus. Bitch, Marcus.
Would I be asked to give that information?
Yeah.
Well, it said we're here together. Truth. So if somebody else was driving that car,
The carload of midgets
yeah, I would
was
want to
driving the
know
car.
who that car is, so we can go talk to that person.
Yeah. Yeah.
But a huge part of that is going to be your honesty with it.
Right. No, I was just asking.
That was
Because
it.
you just asked.
You know, you've already figured out you're not an idiot. You're not a dumb man.
Lies.
Right.
I see that. You know that we've been working on this.
The video stopped
Boy.
at 2 hours, 50 minutes, 40 seconds.
Look, he is working so hard. Bless his little heart. He's working so hard. You would think that he was getting ready to argue his doctorate dissertation. Because he is, I'm talking about, this is the hardest he has worked ever in life, pretending to read.
What's going on here?
Overruled the witness. May I answer?
So at this point, Mr. Brooks, I've stepped out of the room as offering up to Detective Stern that there's a possibility that someone else may have been driving the vehicle. Now, when asked about that, as we can see, he pretends he doesn't know who that person would be. It's untruthfulness, it's deception.
Hold on a second. I'm going to advise the witness to refrain from characterizing what Mr. Brooks is saying or not saying. It is solely up to this jury to determine credibility of any of the witnesses and the believability of even any statements made during these interviews. And I'm going to strike that characterization.
Oh, he's working hard, baby.
Please ask another question.
Look at his eyebrows. He's working.
So this interview goes on for another 2+ hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled, it's foundational. At this point, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Does Mr. Brooks at any time ever tell you that someone else is driving his mom's red SUV?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Leading the witness.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No other individual or no other name is ever provided.
Thank you. And I'll direct you to 2 hours, 57 minutes, 30 seconds, playing till 3 hours, 5 minutes, 41 seconds.
That sandwich didn't fit.
It is now at 2 hours, 57 minutes, 30 seconds, and as the video commence.
It's hurtful.
So you brought that up where you don't want to see anybody.
What are those?
I'll show you in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to see anybody get hurt, or sorry, you don't want to see anybody get charged for something they did.
Keep fishing.
But you already brought up too that if somebody did something, that they should be held accountable for it, and that you're willing to accept responsibility.
What's going on?
If it's
You look like you gotta film me or something.
No, I'm not filming.
Well, you're already being filmed. Uh-oh.
That's you.
Nah, I ain't got no. It look like whoever.
Yeah.
It look like Gray.
Right
Look
there.
like gray.
See your face.
Nah, that's not me.
That's not you.
That's not me.
It wasn't me.
That's not you.
No, I don't.
Darrell.
That's
Darrell. That's you.
That's you, Darrell.
Mm-hmm.
Why you say it like that, man?
Because he knows you.
Because we talked about the honesty piece. You keep telling me that you tell the truth when you did do something. You take responsibility when you do something.
There's your mom's car again.
Uh-oh. He's like, damn it, they know.
There's your mom's car again.
Oh, they know.
Child, which I know you care a lot about children.
Next to the
Live.
child who's on my
Yeah.
bed.
It's your mom's car.
Yeah, I was just asking him about my about
That's your mom's car
what's going on with that.
that we took.
So you messed
keys
up.
over from you.
You messed up. You shouldn't have sent Marcus home. You should have had Marcus in the car. But you already sent him home, so you can have told that lie that it was Marcus that was driving. Like me and Marcus was in the car, so it wasn't the Kia. It was the Kia, and I was meeting up with Erica at the gas station because I need to get some freaking gas. See, that makes more sense than the story he told.
So you can't tell me at this point I'm playing any games anymore. You know.
I didn't say you was playing games from the get-go.
Well, you felt like
Just
we were being totally straight.
last night I felt like
It wasn't
y'all-
as fluid
y'all
as
knew
you
more.
wanted.
No, it wasn't the flu. It was just
And it wasn't as much as I wanted.
I knew that y'all knew more than what y'all.
I knew that you knew I
and
did
I
it.
felt like last night
Mm-hmm.
with that whole, them coming in the way they did, and because I'm sitting there in the thing and I'm watching them walk past, like, what in the hell?
What does it matter at this point? You were just showing a picture of you in the car running over people, and you're talking about this? It doesn't matter at this point. If they were trying to stand you up, or however he said it, trying to railroad you, it doesn't matter because you already got proof that you were there as the crime happened. So why are we still arguing?
Seeing that, I just felt like, okay, y'all already know.
They know I did it.
What y'all want to do, what y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all just want. I didn't know what y'all want. It just seemed like y'all knew more than what y'all was gonna tell me. It was
Right.
more so like I felt like I was being railroaded.
And I was
To be
fishing
like,
hard.
okay, tell me this, but we already know over here what we gonna do.
Do
We
about
already
what?
know what we're gonna do right here. We just want you to tell them yourself and say you did this and did that, so we can already justify what we already want to do. And it's like I don't feel like that's fair.
That
time did you come
don't
out?
make no
What
sense
time
at
did you head out from
all.
Milwaukee to Waukesha?
I don't want to talk, man.
I know
don't
that's
wanna
right.
talk if I'm not getting nothing.
I just showed you 3 pictures.
Okay,
man.
you showed me pictures, but you're not telling me what I'm facing.
You know what you're facing.
I don't. That's the whole.
You
That's
drove
why I
down
keep
a street.
asking.
You drove down a parade route. you got a pretty good idea what you're facing.
You see what I'm saying? So now this is more stuff coming out.
We told you we were looking for that explanation.
That's you.
And all I'm saying is,
you
really,
in the
all somebody
car.
got to do is just tell me what I'm facing. I'll tell you guys whatever you want to know. I said that 3-4 times.
There it is.
And it's like, yo.
You ignoring the pictures, huh?
What am I facing? That's all I want to know. I don't have no problem talking with you guys.
You got people injured that had to go to the hospital.
So they're saying I injured somebody, or you're saying I injured somebody.
You were there, bitch.
So I'm looking at what, reckless endangerment?
At the very least, yeah.
See, so he knows the law and he knows what he was facing, because how would you just pop up with reckless endangerment unless you knew something about it? Now, I respect all of you wonderful people to be able to just pull, endangerment just right out the clouds. But the fact that he knows about reckless endangerment tells you that he knows what he was facing.
The very least.
People got hurt. That's reckless endangerment. I don't know exactly what they're going to classify it. Yeah, people had legs broken.
Endangerment's where you may have hurt somebody by your actions. You did hurt somebody by your actions.
So what am I being charged with? That's what I'm trying to
The thing that you said, reckless endangerment.
I don't know all of the details. You're not going to get that out of me. I'm sorry. I'm explaining to you. Driving down there, you're looking at people got hurt. People got some broken legs.
And y'all saying that's me.
I know that's you.
How you know that's you?
Because I can recognize you. I can tell it's
his
you.
eyes.
And that's your mom's car.
The size of your forehead.
I can ID you, Darrell. I'm just asking you to be honest about it.
Be honest about what I'm facing.
What do you think you're facing?
I don't.
All I should be facing. What do you think hypothetically? I mean, you've been through this gamut before.
Many, many times.
Right. And y'all knew I was getting charged with this from day one, so why y'all couldn't just charge me and take me to county jail where y'all was gonna take me at? Because you wanted me to tell on myself. That's basically what y'all wanted me to do.
You told us that there was reasons for everything.
No, I'm saying, and I'm not trying to, because y'all still, I'm not tripping with y'all, because y'all being straight up. So I'm not, but I'm saying, come on, dude, if y'all knew this already, why y'all just didn't take me to, why y'all just didn't do what y'all had to do?
Here's where you're at right now.
And it's like, you take me through the runaround to get me to do something that y'all already.
Can I speak?
But you already know I did. Finish the sentence.
I'll tell you straight. Here's where you're at. One of two people did this. And I mean that from a human perspective. There's the God-fearing Christian who loves his kids and his mom that you say you are, and I want to believe you are. And in many ways, you presented yourself as, who went out, got in a fight with his girl, argument, whatever you want to call it, and went and just done screwed up. Or there's the malicious guy. The malicious guy who's lied to me about his love for God, who's lied to me about his love for his mother, who's lied to me about his love for his children.
Don't spin it, man.
It's one of those two people, man.
I'm just saying, don't spin it. Then? Don't spin it, man, because I'm not.
Which one are you?
You're not going to spin it, dude.
Which guy are you?
I'm the God-fearing guy that you've been talking to since last night, man.
Tell me the truth.
Oh,
you know that. You know that.
His voice.
You know that.
About driving down there.
Tell me what I'm facing.
I've just told you some of what you're facing.
Some. Reckless endangerment. That's almost like saying I killed somebody.
No, you want me to give you the entire case?
You don't have.
So again, he knows what reckless endangerment means. That's why he keeps saying it, because he already knew.
No, I'm not going to do that.
That's not what I'm asking.
That's not what I'm asking. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Remember when I talked to you about perspective?
I'm not.
Remember when I talked to you about perspective? Truth somewhere in the middle, all that?
Yeah.
That's how I see what you're
saying. You got me doing all this and
Hey,
that.
Sierra.
Sit up here and come in here. I'm not blaming it on you guys. I'm not.
But I'm going to blame it on Erica.
The police do this every single time. Even when you try to be, look,
show me
a
guy
you try to be straight up with them. You try to tell them the truth. You try to do all this and that, and they still railroad you every single time.
But you admitted that you lied to the police. So since you didn't tell the truth, you're not being railroaded.
You're not trying to tell me the truth.
It's
Not anymore.
It's not
Hey,
even, no,
Complicate.
it don't got nothing to do with that, because I just told you.
Complicate, where have you been? I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm glad you're okay.
I don't have a problem with telling you everything you want to know. I just wanted to have an
Tell me what I wanna
idea.
know.
I just wanted to have an idea.
You already got the idea. That's why you keep saying reckless endangerment, because you got an idea. Because you know.
That's all I said last night.
You know what I want to know.
And that's all I said today.
You know what happens.
Okay, what am I being charged with? What are y'all gonna charge me? What are y'all gonna recommend? What are y'all gonna do? Because at the end of the day, I'm still, this is why I feel the way I feel.
The video stopped at 3 hours, 5 minutes, 41 seconds. Sir, you had walked into this room, or I believe you had presented a cell phone to Mr. Brooks. Do you recall that in the video?
He sound like he high. But yes, I did have a great thing. I hope you had one. Everybody had a great Thanksgiving, Colonizers Day. I hope everyone had some good food and got to spend some good time with your family.
There's been an objection. I'm going to sustain it and just ask you to lay a better foundation.
Sure. So you came in and you had your cell phone with you, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Did you receive any additional information when you and Detective Stern went out of the room prior to this clip?
Objection.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
See, Carp looks good in that suit because it's black. Black makes everything better.
Yes, I did.
What information did you receive?
Objection legal.
Overruled.
Specifically the photographs that I brought into the room.
Okay. And what was on your phone?
Objection.
Overruled.
Y'all can't see what's on the phone from the video.
Overruled. The witness may answer. You can ask him on cross-examination if you have questions.
Oh, Lord.
So the video or the photo I showed on the phone, if you look at the monitor right now, I'm facing it. Where is it? You face it up there. The right half.
And you can, it's a touch screen. So if you want to circle something or point to something, and you can use your finger.
Your finger, not that tool. That tool doesn't work.
Sorry, I kind of drew over it, but that half of the paper is a photograph that I was able to positively identify as Darrell Brooks, the defendant, behind the wheel of the red Ford Escape while it was in the middle of the parade route.
Big damn.
That picture was the same one that was on the phone when I showed it to him.
How do we know that?
Because he was
We have to
there.
cross-examine the witness. That statement by Mr. Brooks is, I'm directing the jury to disregard as it's not proper testimony. Go ahead, next question.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
What were the other, what was on the other papers that you put down on the table?
So the other papers, one of them was Mr. Brooks' vehicle shortly after it had entered the parade route. That is where I specify to him he's driving past a child. There's a child towards the passenger side of the vehicle. Another one is the vehicle where it was located.
Oh, I wonder if it's the picture of that little girl in the pink pants that he was barreling down the road. And if she had just been over just a step or two, she would have got hit. I wonder if that who he's talking about, the girl in the pink pants. I always think about her, the girl in the pink pants.
It had parked on Maple Avenue within the city. I would also note that when you look at those photos carefully, the initial one as Mr. Brooks is entering the route and passing by this child, you can see the vehicle is undamaged, where the second one I showed him where it's parked is significantly damaged on the front end.
Were those the photos, all the photos that you showed him at this time?
At that point, yes, they were.
Okay. Now, he had said twice in this, I don't know if you recall, I will tell you what you want to know. Do you recall that being stated by Mr. Brooks?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What did you want to know?
I wanted to know why he drove through the route. I wanted to know what caused him to make that decision, what was going through his mind. The evidence at that point, and this is evidence, as I'm stating, it indicated his mother's vehicle drove through the route, that he was the individual driving through the parade route when the vehicle went through the route. And I was looking for explanations. Why? Intent, motive, whatever it might be, for him to tell me, and he's not willing to do that.
This video goes on for another hour and 50 minutes. Did he ever answer that question?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, he did not.
Direct your attention to video at 3 hours, 5 minutes, 57 seconds to 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 58 seconds. It is now starting at 3 hours, 5 minutes, 57 seconds.
Go ahead.
He'll probably go before a judge, right? What do you want him to think?
I mean, it's nothing I can have them think, because y'all already basically said, okay, this is what happened. We just want you to tell us that this is what happened, so we can just charge you with this, which we're going to charge you with.
Are you the good guy that screwed up, or the
The
evil guy
logic
that
here.
doesn't care?
Oh, I definitely care. I
Okay, tell me
definitely
the truth.
care. I definitely
Lie.
care. Why would you
You
try to
definitely
spin
care.
like that? Just because I don't want to tell you something, now I don't care. Now I'm the malicious guy. Now I'm this, now I'm that. Just because I don't want to talk.
One other option, you know the truth. We've been talking for a couple
Y'all
of
apparently know the truth too.
And I told
Apparently.
you when we came in,
Apparently, he's so soft and wet. He's so moist. He is so moist.
it was to
Man,
get
you
your
knew this
perspective and your
last
side.
night. Come on, Kurt, you knew this last night.
Don't no man act like this.
This was, I
You
told
knew
you
this
that.
last
It just came
night.
out. Yes, I told you.
And you could have been like, yo, some people got
You
hurt.
got hurt?
We want to know what happened then.
I didn't know enough details last night. There were people out there all night, processing a scene, the entire night, until about, I don't know, noon today.
Come on, man. Y'all knew,
Till about noon today.
y'all knew all this, man.
I didn't know everything.
The liar
I'm telling
being mad at
you
life.
can believe me if you want, but I got no reason
Because
to
I
lie.
know
It
y'all
was
not.
complete
I'm not
chaos.
saying. Listen, I'm not saying you're lying.
It was complete chaos.
I'm not saying you're lying.
So that's what took so long.
I'm not.
But you know how it got to be that way.
But
So tell
also,
us how it got to be
I
that
can't
way.
even get a word.
Because we're going round and around and around, Darrell.
We're just gonna keep going around and around.
And you're acting like you don't.
I mean,
you're acting like you don't know what these are, and you do.
No, you making it seem like I don't care. Like I'm just this heartless type of person, dude.
Gaslight alert.
Well, it
I
feels
couldn't
that
even.
way.
Okay, that's fine. But look at my position. I've been in here for 24 hours. I haven't even gotten a shower, good sleep. My shoulder's fucked up. I haven't even got a phone call to even notify anybody, talk to my family whatsoever, not one time.
Nobody likes you, so nobody cares, okay? And everybody knows that you're in your home, away from home, your winter home, jail. That's where you are. That's why nobody needed a phone call from you, because they knew that you were in jail. You were safe and sound, locked up where you belong.
I'm disappointed, Darrell.
I'm disappointed too because you lied to me, Kurt.
You lied.
You lied to me.
Talked about
Lie.
what you want him to do with one of your kids.
And did not just
What
say
you want him to do with
I
one of your
don't
kids.
have any problem telling you what happened. The only thing I'm saying is I feel like you were trying to railroad me by how you went about it. That's all I'm saying. That's it. I'm not saying.
Okay, we
I'm not
discussed
saying-
that for about an hour. So tell me what happened when you
See
drove
what I'm
off.
saying?
We're not going to make any more progress on that. I get you're pissed about that, and I'm not going to fault you for it. I'm not going to tell you not to be mad. I'm not going to tell you not to feel like, man, that was bullshit, but Carp, why'd you do that? If that's the way you feel, gotcha, it's okay. I'm not going to tell you you can't. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how you should or should not feel about how I went about presenting things last night.
All I want to
Okay.
say
In
that I
front of you
really
with
care
and told you
about us.
today is your mom's car's out here. I've now shown it to you. You know, you want me to, you know, tell you all these things.
No.
Hold on. But what I told you from the start, and I did tell you this, is that part of it's a give and take. There's things I'll tell you, but I can't just tell you everything.
They don't really care about us.
All right. We talked about if the roles were reversed, what you'd want my partner, Ben, to do.
Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, you did.
We talked about that. What would you want it to do if it was your kid?
Oh, they go his shoulder.
The broken leg.
The shoulder hurt again.
Look.
So a
I
kid
want
got
to
hurt?
believe a lot of people did.
A lot of people got hurt.
A lot of people got hurt.
Yeah.
Richard was there.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Darrell, you were there.
No, I'm saying a lot of people got hurt.
Yeah, there's people hurt, man.
And a lot of people got dead too. Yeah.
Broken legs and stuff like I told you.
And death.
Concussions, hit their head.
Naming.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see that happen to nobody, dude.
But you
I don't
saw
believe you
it.
would either.
Yeah, but you
And I'm
just
not saying it's on purpose.
you just thought, yo, this dude is heartless.
Gaslight alert.
So tell us otherwise.
You know
I
what
didn't
I'm
say
saying?
that. I'm
It's
asking
like,
you,
fuck,
what
man.
do you
Like,
want it to be perceived as?
The truth.
Tell us how it is then. If we're wrong and it's not heartless, tell us what it was.
I'm here to listen if it's something different. I'm sitting here. I haven't walked out.
Come on, Hart. Come on. Y'all know.
No.
Listen, man.
Come on.
Y'all know. Y'all know.
Come on.
If I did not talk to that woman, I would have never, ever
killed
be
all
right
those
here
people.
talking to y'all right now. I'm
Erica.
not blaming her. Like
Oh.
I told you, I'm not going to demonize that woman.
But you just blamed her though.
She's a good woman when she's not drinking.
When she's not drinking. No, got it.
It's not about her anymore, Drew.
I know, but
And I
I'm just
believe that
saying.
she wouldn't be in this position if you hadn't talked to her. I believe that.
You have to put the picture down. You have to.
Yeah, he's proud of his work.
That's a stroller.
Yeah.
So a kid got hurt.
Yeah.
A kid.
So you see that he's never been around or raised his children because he can't even recognize a stroller. That's how absent he's been in his children, his daddy's girl's life. That you don't even know what a stroller looks like.
Yeah.
Bad. You said a lot of people got hurt.
Checked out, yeah.
A lot of people got hurt.
Dude, like seriously?
To me, it's a pretty good injury if a doctor's got to check you out or you got a broken leg.
Yeah, so what do you call my shoulder? I'm just making a joke, but
A damn lie?
yeah.
I don't know. Well, I want to believe you're the man you say you are, Darrell, but I'm not laughing because there's nothing funny about this.
No, I was just saying. No, it's not. It's never been that. Dude, I don't take my life as a joke. I don't. I don't take my life as no joke. I was just making a joke about my shoulder when you just said, you know, if it's a serious injury, if you got to get looked out. And I was just saying I had to get looked out, but they didn't say it was serious. They treated it like, oh,
Let's say spend the night.
you're the guy in cuffs, so.
Yeah, you're the jackass that killed people. Yeah.
You said that part, not me.
No, I'm just saying that's how they, not how you acted, that's how they were acting. It's like, oh, well, there's nothing broken. Well, why do I keep having this thriving, burning pain if there's nothing wrong?
Where were you going, Darrell?
These people was not going to continue. They were not going to continue to waste time talking to you with this imaginary shoulder pain. But they have actual victims that you murdered and maimed to see and to work on, or as you say, tending to. So they was not going to spend time trying to figure out this imaginary pain of yours. I was about to do that. Like this fool lying. Bye.
Help us understand something.
I can do that. I just want to understand.
There you go.
So these parents
I
know
want to understand
why their kid got hurt just the way you want to know why your kid got hurt.
He don't care.
I want to understand what I'm looking at. That's it. A reckless endangerment.
Again,
Yeah, that's
you know.
something you're looking at, right?
Because some people got hurt.
Yeah, people got hurt.
Bruh.
Now,
Here you go.
say this. You know that when you said it wasn't the end of the world type thing.
Because nothing's the end of the world.
It is. I'll tell you why.
Not when you have God in your life. It's not.
It is because
That's what I believe anyway.
I believe that too, but you don't want to have God in your life when you're sitting in prison.
Well, fuckface, all you would have to do is to stop breaking the law. And guess what? You wouldn't be in the seat that you're sitting in with a sandwich in your pocket.
Can't see your family. Can't see nobody.
You wouldn't see them no way.
What does it matter then?
Those kids don't know you.
And the clip stopped at 3 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds. Sir, what went on in this clip?
Overruled, the witness may.
And you notice that when he watches the video of the parade, you know, he sits up, he's very attentive to the video. But now that this is about him and him running his mouth, being a dumbass, he's embarrassed that he was tricked. So that's why he can't look up, that he's got to do everything to deflect that he's listening. But he's absolutely horrified that he got played. And that's what he's upset about, is that he was lied to. That's all he's upset about. Jackson didn't care about the same age as his daddy's girl. You ran over a child the same age, 7, 8 years old. And you would think out of all of the people that I should have had some sort of human connection, it should have been this 7, 8-year-old child that could have been my child. But again, he didn't care about his kids. So that would have never gone through his mind.
Answer.
So in the clip, I was continuing to try to get Mr. Brooks to tell myself and Detective Stern what occurred, explain the reasons why, understand, how and why it happened. I was more direct with him at this point and, told him that recklessly endangering safety was certainly a possibility as a charge here. I let him know that people got hurt, including broken legs and concussions, yet Mr. Brooks was still unwilling to explain to us, give us the clarity, give us the information we were asking for to understand, why he did it.
Because the dumbass, why did it?
Despite us talking about God, I talk about Detective Stern and what, if he had injured one of Mr. Brooks's children, that's something that comes up, and what he would want a person to do if this was one of his own family members, I guess, to say if the roles were reversed. But none of those things were anything that made him any more willing to speak to us. It continued to be really demands to know what he was being charged with, even though at that point he's being told what he's very likely looking at. But that kind of back and forth just continued to occur.
At any time during the time you spent with Mr. Brooks on the 22nd or the 21st, did he ever ask how any of the injured people were doing?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name in this leading the witness.
Overruled as to both. The witness may answer.
No. I mean, for example, I gave examples of concussions, broken legs, but there was no follow-up as to whether these concussions were going to cause people brain damage, whether the broken legs would impair people from walking again, or if there'd be amputations. He never addressed that.
Finally, directing your attention to the video at 3 hours 40 minutes to 3 hours 44 minutes and 2 seconds. It's it.
I would like that last answer by the witness strike. How can anyone determine what will happen as a result of an injury? How can you even determine that?
Your objection is not.
It's this thing called science, right? And when you learn, you know, how the body works and how things interact with the body and muscles and all that other stuff, that's how you know how certain things are going to react. So if you've seen multiple heart attacks or congestive heart failures, you know the symptoms, you know, hey, this person's doing this, they probably have congestive heart failure. Anyway.
Noted. It's overruled. May I have that timestamp again for this clip?
Sure. It's 3 hours 40 minutes 0 seconds to 3 hours 44 minutes 2 seconds.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Where the charges?
Here it comes.
Just watch something. Just watch something for me.
And more incriminating stuff. I'm already like I'm about to lose my life, man.
And you should.
Can I ask a quick question?
Hold on, watch it.
I know. Why do you want me to watch it?
You don't want to see that?
I want you to watch it. Watch it.
Why though?
Watch it for me.
Why though?
Because I want you to see what's in the video. Did you watch it?
No.
Will you?
I just want to know why you want me to watch it.
Because I want you to see what's on the video. Why don't you want to watch it?
I just want to know why you want me to watch it. I didn't say
I just want you to see what I told you.
Problem.
You're not accepting the answer. I told you I want you to see what's in it. That's why I want you to watch it.
You wanted information from us. We're sharing.
I want you to watch and see what's in it. Yeah, it's a good point. It's information sharing. Okay, so I want you to watch and see what's in it.
It's like you like badgering me.
But Darrell, you asked me a question.
Remember on day 12, when he decided to ask Bobby Odds what you recalling what you want to recall, and you're not recalling what you don't want to recall, and the judge said, you know, don't badger the witness. Well, what do you mean badger? I don't know what badger means. Oh, clearly you know what it means.
Okay, and this is more than what we had before. So I am showing you more. I'm asking you to watch it. Will you watch it?
I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay,
I just want to know what was the reasoning.
Because I want you to see what's in it.
I mean, I'm pretty much.
It's not complex. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just that I want you to see what happens.
I'm just saying I already know. I already have an idea from what you guys was saying earlier.
Oh.
I want you to see it.
It's like watching all I'm thinking about right now is
here. We'll talk in a second.
What a hell of a journey it's been.
Yeah, it's been.
How my story ends. That's all I've been thinking about. Like it's nothing that I want to.
You look down.
Why do you want me to see that card?
He's like, oh, he's like, I'm fucked.
I think it's important.
Why is it important? Is it to make like what is it?
Why don't you want to look?
I'm in the shit now.
I'm not trying to.
Like I'm in the shit now. Oh God, I'm in the shit now. They know. These motherfuckers know.
Raise my voice at you, or I'm not.
I'm just asking you why you don't want to look.
I'm just saying, why do you want me to look?
So because I think it's important. So you see what happened.
You told me what happened. You already told me what happened, Carl. I told you what happened. I understand my life is over. I'm trying to come to grips with that.
Thank God.
I'm trying to come to grips with the fact that this is how my story ends. From trying to love somebody, I'll never see my kids again. My mom, my relationship is gone from me. And it's like,
you never saw your kids, and then you tried to kill the relationship that you over here crying about. My relationship is gone from you. You tried to kill her twice that we know of.
What is it? What is it to look at more? My life is for me to look at my life end.
That's you, Darrell.
Is it looking at my life ending?
These are the same photos. I'm just telling you that. Okay? I think it's important you see these.
It's important for me to see my life.
It is important for you to see them.
For my life, team.
Are we gonna keep going round and round about this, or is there something you want to tell me?
Nothing's gonna help me at this point. Everybody knows what was going on from that y'all knew last night while I was getting investigated.
So he's not saying I didn't do it, or talk about, the car wouldn't stop. I tried to push on the brake and it just accelerated and I couldn't stop. None of that was said. None of that was said.
You know what I'm saying?
Those are children right there. Those are kids. See that little kid right there?
I done fucked up. I ain't never getting out of prison.
You gonna look at it?
Sir,
what
and
the
it did
hell was
stop
I
at
thinking?
3 hours, 44 minutes, 2 seconds. What were you showing Mr. Brooks?
Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't consent to that name being used.
At that point,
Hold on. Were you done with the objection?
Yeah, I was done.
All right, it's noted and overruled. The witness may answer.
That's Detective Carpenter.
excuse me. At that point, I was showing Mr. Brooks a video that had been provided to me of him operating the red Ford Escape through the parade route. At that specific point, Mr. Brooks was struck members of the Waukesha South Marching Band, and I wanted him to see it. It was more information. He was asking for it. I felt it was important to see his reaction to it, see if he'd be willing to talk about it.
He gave
And at the
no
point
shit
where
at
I
all.
paused it and brought the piece of paper that his head is now down on, I paused the video at a point where you could see that it was Mr. Brooks behind the wheel of the vehicle. And the point at which I paused was a still photo of that moment that was on the paper. So it was, I guess, the same picture.
See, bitch, they had strategized to get you. They didn't just, wing it. They came with some strategy to get you. They came with strategy. Oh, we just happened to have the video stop at the same place as the still photo. That wasn't accidental. He was like, you should have known, like, I'm not equipped to handle arguing with these people. They're clearly smarter than me. Well, most one-cell organisms are smarter than Darrell. So,
Did you get any further with Mr. Brooks in the next hour that's contained in this interview?
No, I did not.
Objection of consent to being called that name.
The witness's answer may stand.
On the 22nd, did you end up collecting DNA from Mr. Brooks?
Yes, I did.
How was that obtained?
But that shit stunk.
Overruled.
Through buccal swab. So they're basically Q-tips out of a sterile package. I used 2 of them, one to swab the inside of the right inside of his mouth and the other the left inside of his mouth.
Sir, just direct your attention back to this video one last time. Did the defendant ever watch that video?
Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Nothing further.
All right, we will pause for our lunch break now. It's 12:43. I appreciate everyone's patience as we were able to at least complete the direct examination. When we come back from lunch, Mr. Brooks, you can start your cross-examination. We'll take an hour and 15 minutes. So come back at 2 p.m., everyone. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, y'all. Well, that's going to be part one. I'm going to come back. I'm going to try to come back this weekend and do the cross, because that is truly where the fireworks, start and stop. And, we get to see our big boy attorney get embarrassed repeatedly over and over again. So like I said, I'll come back and do that part two. Also, for those of you who are into cults and stuff, I highly recommend on HBO Max the Mother God cult one. That is an excellent I think it's like 4-episode series where this cult had the leader, Mother God. She like overdosed on colloidal silver. She was anorexic and a raging alcoholic. And she was like 70-something pounds when she died. And so the people kept saying that she was still active, her corpse. And so they moved her from one part of the country to the other one, just moving her corpse back and forth. And then the police found them 2 weeks after, completely mummified. But anyway, look, I did not know that colloidal silver turns you blue. Oh, well, thank you, Maria. What was I to say? I didn't, because my mom recommended I take a little bit of colloidal silver for my sinuses, but I have never seen anybody get like a big jug of it and just chug colloidal silver. And I'm talking about in large quantities. I have never seen it. And then she starts to turn blue. And this is okay. She's blue. Thank you, Fendrizio. She literally turns blue. Anyway, like I said, it's a very interesting documentary. You should like it. Oh, and also I watched The Fall of the House of Usher. That's a interesting one. It's not the same as the actual short story. But anyway, that doesn't matter. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me tonight. Thank you for those who donated and those who had the will or the heart to do it, but just did not have the means. I want to thank you all. Please feel free to leave as many comments as you want to, because I try to always respond to your comment. And I enjoy the dialogue. Unless you're saying something stupid, then you get blocked. Some of you already know that. The people who love to try and troll me. You already know that you get blocked. But anyway, all I'm going to say next is drums, please.
Come on.
Drums, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a great time tonight. We have truly enjoyed ourselves, and we would like to thank you for being a part of the show and coming to visit this class.